Ride us all to the top. We won't fear the up, we won't fear the up, we won't fear the uprise, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Ride us all to the top, whoa. We won't fear the uprise, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. risen. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it up. What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in a box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Rise up to the top. We won't fit in up, we won't fit in up. We won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Rise up to the top. We won't fit in your box, no. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics. Speak of the loss, I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Rise up to the top. We won't fit in up, we won't fit in up. We won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Rise up to the top. We won't fit in your box, no. Don't box me in. I do my own thing, spirit is right within. I got my own way, violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do, words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold, you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Rise up to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Rise up to the top. We won't fit in your box, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
ممكن اللاعب الاول، لكن ما تظنوش يعملها امام اثنين.
ولا عظيم ولا ار تي جي يتدخلون.
فايتات 3 اشتباكات.
انا وانت واحد في النهايه، واكيد في ضدنا متواجدين، تحالف ضدنا والله كبير متواجد حاليا ما بين ليجند وولف ولا كودي كمان متواجد معاهم ايضا. فحاليا نتواجد بهذه اللحظات مع لاعبين من العرب تشامبيونز. البدايه الذي ذكرها ملا ببدايه حاليا يظهرون يبدعون يمتعون مع البدايه للاول وللثاني. صعب يعني هتروح،
لا اله الا الله،
هتروح وين هتروح وين ار تي جي.
اوه خليه هو تبوك اللوزبكي الاخير يتواجد. تحملوا عناء 3 فايتات، 3 اشتباكات، 3 مراحل، وهم يدافعون بقوه واصرار عن مكانه بسنايب بوليونه ويسيطرون بشكل كبير. وهنا لقطات في الاعاده لريكارد وابي النيد اللي بالعراق نقول بالزوج، رمانيد وحصل الزوج.
البدايات اللي شاهدناها توك من تبقى وأسامة ولاعب وثلاثيه هو سموكر متواجد معنا وأوكسار. يستقبل ولا أروع يا صالح. هنا الأول والثاني هنا موجود من صالح من الأوكسار بعد الأداء الكبير والعظيم. ولا ار تي جي يتدخلون من بعد كبير. كالاغا يتدخل صالح ينهي.
يا ايدا حنك تبقى على قيد الحياه. نتابع على الثروتن يضغط اكثر فاكثر. برستيج لم يتم لعب سكتن ويتم التخلص على لاعب راجناروك والتقدم من اجل المساعده. هنا يتقدم ثروتن امام راجناروك. نتابع 1-2. راجناروك يرفع الجهه اليمنى، الجهه اليسرى صعبت عليه المهمه، صعبت عليه هذا الفايت. يخطف ممكن اللاعب الاول، لكن ما تظنوش يعملها امام اثنين بهذه القوه. يا ولد يا الله،
على الاول وعلى الثاني، وعادل السايم يشيل احد اللاعبين، وانت امن على الاول امن على الثاني يا تبوك. والفيجن سبورت باك تو باك. من الممكن لوينر تشيكن دينر اللي تاكر كلام اخر. الله 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 الله، يلا يدفعنا بالمكار، يلا يدفعنا بالغدار. هل تخطف الانتصار الان؟ هل تخطف الانتصار؟ يلا يا تاكر جننا يا تاكر.
Wassalam, hello and welcome everyone. Hope everyone is going to be excited to get into the finals. I should probably say the rest of it right. Wassalamu alaikum. Hope everyone is excited to see what the finals are going to be bringing in. We've been looking at these teams played out over the past 3 weeks to get themselves into this spot right here. Now, we did see one major upset, especially happening just 2 days ago, right? At the end of phase number 3, moving in. ARB champions, they kicked W7 out of contention twice in 1 day. First, they kicked them out of the top 12, then they kicked them out of the top 16 to solidify their slot to move through into the finals. It is going to be an absolutely jam-packed 3 days coming through, as we are going to be looking at 6 matches as all 16 teams are going to be duking it out. But I'm quite curious to see whether or not we are going to be having some repeat defenders that we have, similar to what we had in the previous season, whether or not the same teams that stepped up last season coming through from league stage into the finals are going to be doing exactly the same thing coming into here. Of course, we'll get into that in a little bit to discuss exactly where our teams are, where they find themselves, and of course, what we potentially could be looking at. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be running through, prepping ourselves for a lot of the opportunities here. I can see already quite a bit of support coming through into the chat. Diz coming through with a go. Brute force. I'm glad you called this a shave, but sure, I'll take it. We got to look fresh. We got to be ready for the action here, as it is going to be the first day of the finals. As I've said, 6 matches to come on through. If you're here to support a particular team, let me know in the chat. Give them a lot of love. Give them a lot of shout-outs. Right, tell us, who do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out? Of course, one of our strong contenders that we saw coming through from league stage was none other than NIGMA Galaxy. Had an absolutely phenomenal performance in general. So you can see Coop sitting there with a very steady amount of aggression. Lord pretty close to that, only 22 away. And we've got a few shout-outs coming through there for Let's Go NASR. So curious to see exactly how NASR are going to be stepping it up. Now, a few things that I'm excited about is who's going to be the team to end at the top of this day. Right, not the first match, but the day. If you've got any potential predictions before we even get anywhere, I think that would be the time to let me know. Let me know, who do you think is going to be clutching for day number 1? We've got the stats that we saw come through from last season. So that is definitely something that we are going to be looking at to see how we could potentially have this whole entire day play out. But we'll be taking a look at those as we get a little bit closer to hopping into our very first match of the day. We got Gyang also then coming into the chat with a little bit of wave. Hello and welcome. A look here at GEEKAY's positioning and their overall stats that we have coming into the finals here. Pretty decent health of, pretty decent dose rather, of aggression that they've been able to find. Of course, closing up the league stage with the most eliminations, 332. Now, if we compare that to what we had from them come through from the previous season, there we had GEEKAY only finishing up the league stage was 274. Right, so already a vast improvement coming through from the side of GEEKAY. So I love how they've been able to just keep everything as a big surprise. Right, that league stage looking pretty dang hot and heavy. But we've been having so many upsets come through for the entirety of league stage. But as we know, right, this now being the finals, right, the teams are going to be changing up their playstyle. They're going to be changing up the way that they approach these matches. And I think that is what makes day one so exciting, to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing through and who are going to be those ones to step up and claim the prize. GEEKAY definitely coming through with a very strong representation. And what is also interesting, looking at GEEKAY's performance for the season so far, I mean, they were able to just dominate when it comes to Miramar and Sanhok. So 2 out of our 3 maps that we are going to be playing out here today is going to be leaning very heavily towards them, based on what we've seen. Of course, plays here from R8-E-SPORTS, the team slotted into 3rd place, also holding up with a very steady amount of points. Of course, they got themselves 8 winner chicken dinners all the way back in league. So, as we know, they are also one of those teams to watch, right? Looking at their previous season performance back in league, they ended up in 2nd place with 448 total points coming into the finals, with 59 placement points, or 59 rather, total points, bonus points that they've been able to secure. We are going to be taking a look at that bonus point distribution very soon to give us a bit of an idea. Already looking at what we've got here, the teams have upped the ante. They've already been able to secure themselves a much higher standing with regards to those overall points. I mean, NIGMA's points are higher, GEEKAY points are higher, R8's points are higher. But you got to commend R8 for maintaining that great consistency, again finishing within the top 3. Same going for the side there of NIGMA. Last season, in 3rd place was the side of IKURD. This season, things looked quite a bit different. IKURD not able to find a single winner chicken dinner back in that league stage. But who knows, they might look to play a bit of an upset coming into the finals themselves. So let's see a quick comparison here between Quest and Vision Esports as well. These are the teams then positioned all the way in 4th and 5th place with 442 points going to Quest, and Vision coming in with 399. They definitely have a lot more survivability on the Quest side, right? But as you can see, Vision, they've been able to capitalize on a few more eliminations. I mean, the difference there being 8. So they've got 8 eliminations between the two. But Vision just also being able to solidify that much more aggressive performance, right? That kind of goes hand in hand with the amount of eliminations they've been able to bring in so far. Looking at Quest overall, they came into here with 271 eliminations versus the 279. But Quest, a little bit more consistent with that survivability. 9 eliminations, or 9 winner chicken dinners rather, going their way. And that is pretty great to see. If you compare that to what we had in the previous season at the end, Quest only secured themselves 3 winner chicken dinners and a grand total of 385. It's already a big improvement coming in from them. The side here of Vision, also just a beautiful increase. Last season, they ended league stage all the way in 15th position, 307 points rather to their name. Now, moving into the full season, all the way up into 5th place. So a beautiful 10-slot jump. And of course, as I've mentioned, right, 399 points. So with regards to Brute Force, we have them slotted into 6th place. So 390 with 5 winner chicken dinners. In the previous season, we saw Brute Force finishing 391. So Brute Force 1 less point than what they got last season. Here we've got those points, as we can see, of course. So Brute Force last season, 390 versus the 391. But the difference also being that Brute Force last season had 10 winner-winner chicken dinners, where NIGMA had 5. Now it seems like they swapped places. Right, so it is quite exciting to see how teams have changed it up. In fact, actually, NIGMA had 6. But look at this, though. The top 4, right? 9, 8, and 10. That is quite the play. ONYX Ravens also then representing and holding up there with those 7 winner chicken dinners. I mean, they've set the bar exceptionally high. Twisted will perform well today. How would we know? It's Brute Force, right? That is for Brute Force. Taking a look at the rest of the board. As you can see, IKURD, not a single winner chicken dinner to them. Also, ARB champions, all the way in 16th position. Still just managing to squeeze on through. But I have to say, out of the teams that we got on this list, ARB definitely a team that impressed me the most coming into that last day of the league stage. As I said before, they were able to relegate or kick out the side of W7 twice in one day. So that definitely does set the standard. But I think it's also going to be a look at how NIGMA is going to be able to perform through this event, right? Last finals, they had a very, very strong, a strong start to the day, but they weren't able to uphold a lot of that momentum as we made it all the way to the end, and they finished all the way in 7th place. So I want to see whether or not NIGMA will be able to continue that push. But I think the big team that we're going to be looking at here is going to be the side of NASR Esports, right? They won the finals. They won the first day as well. So there's a big expectation coming through as to whether or not NIGMA Galaxy will be able, or rather NASR will be able to continue with that momentum, or could we potentially see a team like NIGMA Galaxy looking to maybe play a bit of catch up, right? Look to bring that same league performance all the way up into the finals. And I think it's going to be very interesting because, as we know, right, the transition from league into finals, the teams change up the way that they push through. So I think there's going to be a lot of difficulty coming through for our respective teams here. But of course, they are going to be playing through 6 matches, right? In league stage, they only played 4 per day. Now, we get right down to business. We're going to be heading into 6. But I think another player that we also could keep a very close eye on, right, is going to be the side of Sanhok coming through from NASR. Seeing that we're on that topic already. So Sanhok definitely did look to clutch it out quite a bit as we've had moving NASR through that league stage. I mean, they ended off the first day of the finals last in the previous season with 56 points. So there is going to be quite a bit of an expectation to see who's going to be the one to just lock it down, right? See if they can replicate as much of that progression moving through. But of course, as we know, moving into the finals, the teams are going to be allocated the bonus points that they've already been able to secure coming from that league stage. And I'm pretty sure we are going to be taking a look at those total bonus points as well to see exactly what the situation is. The difference between 1st and 16th place is currently 52 points. So there is quite a bit of a gap. But here we go, of course, looking at those PMGC points. It is going to be Twisted Minds then closing up that 13th position, coming through on 805. Next X, seeing that this is their first season playing as a team. They are only allocated 180 points. But as we move a little bit further up the board, well, there's going to be Brute Force then sitting on 967. But of course, we need to take a look at the very, very tippity top, as that is where we find ourselves right now. So I believe the spring points, right, that is the league and the finals points counted together. This is where we're going to find ourselves with NIGMA Galaxy sitting on 1240. A very healthy lead that they've got ahead of GEEKAY. So the pressure is definitely going to be on. But based on what we've seen come through from the past season, this is going to be that opportunity for a team like potentially maybe NIGMA or NASR rather to try and chase because they were able to secure the finals, but they're going to have to really pack the heat, right? Secure themselves a very, very strong performance if they're going to be looking to contest. Now, speaking about our maps, we are going to be venturing into a little bit of that Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel action, and that is essentially what we're going to be running through for the entirety of all 3 days. Right, so we're going to be running through each rotation twice in a day. So Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, man, probably else I get it right. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. Copy paste times that by 3 days, so that puts us on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 6 times we are going to be playing through that rotation. So a lot to look forward to. But yes, if you guys have any potential predictions as to who you think is going to be the team to take the season, right? Who do you think is going to be the one to lock in the finals? Even before we get into the matches, who do you think is going to be the one to win the finals? Do you think it's going to be NASR again? Do you think potentially we could see another team maybe look to step up with a bit of a setup? If we look at the points, right, to give us a bit of an idea, NASR went from 6th place in league to 1st place in the finals. Now, if we compare our current 6th position, that is Brute Force. So do you think it could be Brute Force to take the end, to take the victory here on the finals? Who knows, right? There's going to be so much to look forward to, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts, curious to hear your predictions as to what you think the outcome of this will be. So be sure to let me know. Looking for your messages in the chat. Of course, if you're here to support a very specific team, give your shout outs. We do see Damar saying that it's either going to be GEEKAY or NIGMA. Ooh. All right. That's an interesting prediction to make, because the previous season, back in spring, GEEKAY finished in 4th place, and we did see the players from NIGMA finishing in 7th. So what we're saying is that they're going to be upping that ante and just locking it in and running away, securing the victory. Is that what we're going for on this one, Damar? Is that the storyline, right? Well, I'm curious to see whether or not that is going to be indeed the case. I mean, NIGMA also only got 1 winner chicken dinner back in the previous finals. GEEKAY were able to secure themselves 2. Javian saying now, DK, if NASR come first in the fall, they will go to PMGC. I mean, I think it's essentially based on the amount of points that they were able to secure moving through the league stage as well as the finals. I think that will determine whether or not they are going to be standing a chance. Because let's be honest, NASR didn't secure the craziest amount of points coming through league, finishing on 302 points. Now, they're going to have an absolutely runaway play, right? They're going to have to just bully the living heck out of this lobby if they want to get themselves into a position like that, right? In a position to qualify through into the PMGC to get that slot. Because as we saw, they're currently set all the way in 7th place. So they are already trailing by 400 points. 400 points. That is quite the gap to try and close. I don't see any particular team locking in 400 points in the finals. Because, I mean, the highest tally that we had last time was 191. So that is about 200 shy of getting 400. So for NASR, it's going to be a pretty tough play. They really needed to perform much stronger, place much higher coming through that league stage, especially looking to get themselves at least within the top 5. I think if NASR were able to bring in a performance like that and then come into the finals and take the show, I think then they would have had a really good opportunity to get that position secured, right? But yeah, I don't know who's it going to be. I don't know who's it going to be. So I do think that it is going to be an opportunity for teams still to chase. I mean, looking at Brute Force, looking at Sly, they have a great opportunity here now to really try and secure a much stronger finish, as they are relatively close to the total points that NIGMA has. But as we know, coming into this NIGMA, GEEKAY, they are going to be chasing it exactly like Damar said. You know, they're going to be opting for that PMGC slot. And if the only way to get that is going to be for them to claim the victory in the finals, then let's so be it, right? But there's only going to be one way for us to find out. We need to actually get into these matches to see what the mentality and the approach of our respective teams are going to be. Hey, hello, welcome to the chat. Thank you. But yes, GEEKAY will not win. Watch out, GEEKAY and Quest. Yeah, I think it could potentially be. I think the big upsets could potentially be coming through from R8, Quest, and Brute Force, right? I just have a feeling. I have a feeling, right? But I don't always trust my feelings. What you can trust, though, is that we are going to be hopping into our very first match of the day. The kicking off of the finals. Just imagine saying that it's going to be between NIGMA and GEEKAY for PMGC. Alright, but who do you think is going to be winning these finals? Right, we'll get to PMGC when we get to that. Right, when we get closer to the end of the event. NASR, Brute Force, and Sly. NASR can't qualify for PMGC. Yeah, as I've mentioned already, they need about... they are currently about 400 points behind. And we've not seen a team secure themselves 400 points in the finals this year. So, yeah, I'm not quite convinced, right? The opportunity is there for Brute Force, maybe, but they're gonna have to have a near faultless run. I think, realistically looking at it, I think it's gonna be GEEKAY, R8, and Quest that are gonna be looking to contest NIGMA for that position. How many slots? One. The top team. Based on total points. That's it. Out of every region, one. There are other ways to try and qualify for positions, but that is the one that we know of right now. Unless they decide on something else in the meanwhile, that is pretty much the only hope that these teams have to get themselves up into contention for that PMGC, to get the invite to group stage. Alright, so but a nice start here to the day. A little bit of a southern shift with regards to that zone. As you can see it holding up right there in favor of Slime Machine and potentially even NIGMA Galaxy. But I mean, looking at NIGMA, right, this is kind of their territory. They know exactly how to play through this one. If Quest don't make it, NIGMA and GEEKAY will for sure. Is that what you're saying, Javian? Or are you saying that the pressure is going to go all the way in? I got the zone right, as always. Southeast zone. Ellen, you win a high five. And if you behave well enough, I'll come give you a high five in person. It could be the top 8 or the top 10. It's one of those two teams, one of those two numbers that will be moving through into the MEA Championship. Right, I haven't seen any official announcement for the exact amount of teams that are going to be qualifying, but yeah, it's going to be either of those two numbers. Right, so it does seem like our teams are currently running on mute. We have a bit of sound returning at some point. So if I can't hear the sound, you also can't hear the sound. So all you can hear now is my lovely voice. Welcome to the chat, Josh. A little bit of that Southern Africa representation coming through here, all the way from Zimbabwe. There we go, there we go. So as we know also, once we close up PMPL Arabia, it is time for PMPL Africa. And then we'll see what the Africa Spice is going to be bringing in, right? Where that flavor is going to be pushing us towards. In the meanwhile, we have a nice little bit of tranquility, at least for the time being. A good and quiet start here to the proceedings. Thanks for the love all the way from Pakistan there, F4 Facts. Now you gotta send that love to a particular team. Who's gonna be the team to take it? Cloud saying that it's gonna be 10, the top 10. That's what we had in the previous season, so I would expect it to be very similar to that. The PMGC paper and the top 6 in the MEA Championship will make it to the PMGC 2. Yeah, but so out of PMPL, there's only one way to qualify, right? You have to be the top place team. So I believe with that, you already then get the opportunity to... The invite takes you, I believe, then into the group stage. According to me, who's the best IGL in the world? Me. Me. I'm the best IGL. Have you not seen me IGL? I IGL all the time. again, that is a trap question, right? I know you don't imply it as that. You don't necessarily mean it to be a trap, but that it comes to me. That is a trap right there, right? I mean, it's difficult to say. There are so many good IGLs out there. Who would your top prediction be for the best IGL in the world? Hope NIGMA and GEEKAY take the slot. Twisted don't have a chance. Ooh. Alright. Alright. Well, at least not based on PMGC points that they've been trying to allocate to themselves so far. I mean, Twisted Mind sitting on 804 points, so that is a little bit of a tough one. Yeah, so we'll see whether or not they're going to be unmuting the violence, right? So for now, I will have to just try and make the sounds for you, right? So we've got the car driving up, so it's a little bit of a brrrr. Kitsune and WBG Suk. I would definitely go with Kitsune, right? Out of those two, I would definitely go with Kitsune. Right, so things are going to be a little bit quiet. Not only the teams keeping it nice and quiet, but there's also no sound just yet. So we'll see whether or not the sound is going to come through. And DK is actually a good IGL. Don't dare do anything but follow orders. I'm bossy, okay? Best IGL, yeah, you reckon it's Kitsune, all right? Yeah, so see that we are at least that we've at least come to a good agreement there. Yeah. Quest can't qualify. Why is that? Why can't Quest qualify? All right, so the shots are starting to fly in. GK Gaith going in with a pa pa pa. That's not exactly the sound the Mini 14 makes, but trust me, right? It's the best sound that you're gonna get for now. Right, so GK holding on to a very good position close towards that center zone. We got NIGMA not so far away from that. Right, so Falcons are going to be looking to make a bit of a push. How many teams will qualify? Qualify to what, Code? Because they could qualify to so many different things. Right, they could qualify into the MEA Championship. They could qualify into PMGC. They could qualify into winning a high five. You know, there's so many things that these teams could, in fact, qualify for. Interesting rotation coming through from the side there, Falcons. Taking a little bit of their time up towards that northern edge of zone. But NIGMA, I mean, no surprise to see them. That is essentially where they drop time and time again. But now with the zone, that is going to be shifting a little bit in favor of R8. Ooh, this could be quite a bit of a play. So all the way back on our first match of the finals in spring, NASR came in with a 15 elimination winner chicken dinner. Vision came second with 11. Quest took themselves fourth place with 5. RTG came third with 3. So that could give us a bit of an idea as to what we could expect to see here. Twisted Minds, of course, finished all the way either in 7th or 8th place. And they only got 2 eliminations in the previous first Miramar that we saw coming through into the finals. So the pressure is going to be on to see how these teams are going to be competing and how they're going to be faring, right? Whether or not they'll be able to improve or maybe have a bit of a tough time, right? Blue Zone is going to be doing its thing as well, as we are about a minute and a bit of change away from coming to the end of our second phase. Alright, so NASR, they do find a bit of an opportunity there. Spec sends out the hits. Just firing off a few warning shots, right? NASR now just encroaching towards that center zone. All right. 3 chickens and the bread is actually and the breed. Oh, the breed is actually called DK. I mean, you can't go wrong if you call your chickens DK. I know there's already a chicken called DK. Thanks, Helen. In the meanwhile, the predictions coming through there for Vision, NIGMA, as well as Quest. I didn't quite see the other one. Let's see how these teams are going to be making it. Ooh, the other one is IKURD, right? So Vision, NIGMA, Quest, and IKURD. Those are the predicted teams to take the winner chicken dinner. Habib going to be agreeing with that one, saying, go IKURD. Ooh, Sly now. Suffering a bit of difficulty over in towards Los Leones. It's going to be Twisted and Quest. Ooh, fight done. No, AZ locking in the spray. See whether Kante is going to be able to maybe reprimand them ever so slightly. Up comes Twist. Yes, good push. Nice. So Quest already off to a bit of a bumpy start here. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to get those 5 eliminations yet again. But looking at that. Twisted Minds. They are already up to something. What's up with the game sound? I don't know. I did ask them to unmute it, so we'll wait and see if whether or not that is going to be the case. Right, that is all we can ask for. But that is essentially where we find ourselves, right? We just wait to see if the game sound is going to come through. If it happens, and we all get a bit of a surprise, right? You all get a bit of a fright. Don't feel alone. I'll probably feel exactly the same. But in the meanwhile, let's look on as our teams continue to push on forward. Nearing the end of that second phase. We got NIGMA just inching their way on through. A very interesting start with Raouf way up ahead. You can see Santa already trying to play a bit of an opportunity here. But I think this could be a beautiful setup coming through for GEEKAY now, especially down onto the side of NIGMA, because we got Santa waiting there. The rest of the squad is holding just towards the south, right? So this is going to be a play to see whether or not NIGMA will be falling for that trap. Whether or not Santa can actually defend. But yes, I can promise you it is not muted on my end. Right, we're just waiting for that flow to come on through. So NIGMA trying to, go for a bit of a spread here. But big ups to Santa to just holding the position here. And we got NASR close to center as well. As we just saw them. And we can see them up on that mini-map. So the contention is going to be there, right? GEEKAY, NIGMA, and NASR could get quite aggressive here. So I see that is not necessarily going to be a very easy position now for Freak and Raouf to get out from. But time will tell whether or not they'll be able to get out as the shots now connect on in. Ooh, this is the play though. Come on, GEEKAY. You can get it. Get that rush. Get the push. NASR going to be looking to play a bit of third party here, as they just can't help themselves. But it's interesting to see that GEEKAY are kind of sticking to that 2-2 split, right? We got Gaith and Ragnar still all the way down to that far southern edge. So that does put Hope and Santa in a bit of a situation here, because, you know, we have so many teams all around them. In the meanwhile, it's going to be R8 and RTG getting ready for a little bit of R&R. Ooh, come on. Is Ragnarok going to find it, though? Ooh, yes. Oh, yes. They came very close. So RTG already down to a 3-piece. So this could be exactly the kind of opening and exactly the kind of opportunity that R8 now needs to follow through, get themselves to jump. But of course, we can see several teams looking to rotate up from that eastern side as well. The Molly's now finding its way out in. Because that is the pro pose. Right. That is the pro pose. Alright, so Quest, our first team to get wiped out of this lobby. So now we are down to the final 15. The pressure, the heat is going to start to build. RTG, though. Oh, they tried to make a bit of a break, but unfortunately, NIGMA was having none of that. And that is 2 eliminations on board. As you can see, vehicle explosion being the reason for the downfall. ARB, going to be looking to see if they can maybe sneak in a bit of a spray now onto R8 here. You got to watch out, R8. Already sitting quite comfortably as they've been able to defend the onslaught coming through from RTG. Meanwhile, Twisted jumping at a bit of a chance. That now happening all the way up to the far edge, all the way up in towards the northwestern side. But let's see how the gangsters are going to be able to get themselves secured as they are going to be knocking on the ONYX Ravens' door. Hoping for a bit of a play. Any gaming saying Koops OP. Yes, Koops is OP. I mean, there's a long list of players on here that are OP. But Koops is one of them. There's about 63 others that we could mention as well. Let's see now. Gangsters still just kind of strafing their way on through, looking for a bit of an opening here. But it's a good defense coming through from the ONYX Ravens. I mean, especially looking at this current setup, you don't want to be the team to get caught out. You don't want to be the one caught with a bit of a surprise, right? You want to try and keep that contention, keep that angle, and apply as much pressure as you can from there. Speaking about pressure, that is exactly what the ONYX Ravens are going to be looking to do now onto Slime Machine as well. So this is going to result, I believe, in a bit of a chain fight. So we got Gangsters focusing on ONYX Ravens. ONYX Ravens focusing on Sly. Sly focusing their way back in towards that zone. But once it starts, it's going to be a beautiful snowball effect. When does the Africa region start? It starts on Tuesday. So literally 2 days after we finish with the finals here. Brute Force now positioned up on the lovely church. But will this be a bit of an opportunity now for Twisted to get themselves not only situated, but maybe in contention for even more eliminations, seeing that they are already sat on 4. This is exactly the kind of start that we want to see for a team like Twisted Minds. It's already doubling up the performance that we saw back in spring. As I mentioned before, they got 2 winner chicken, 2 eliminations. This time they're sitting on 4. So good to see this come through. But now what is the rest of the lobby going to do here? We've only said goodbye to 2 so far. So this is going to be a very congested and a heavily contested zone to come in. And then you got to wait and see, right? It's part of the surprise. In the meanwhile, let's see whether or not ARB can get a bit of a surprise jump. As R8 also still needs to rotate on forward. Twisted not going to be waiting in the wing for much longer as they look to push and create that opportunity. And maybe it's going to come at the expense of Brute Force. Oh, but already the defensive angles are there. Beautiful nade coming in here from Prepod. Mine now sending one out as well. But the Gangsters could also bring in quite a bit of an upset here. It is going to be a bit of back and forth, right? A PUBG version of a tennis match. Both squads just popping utilities in all directions. So Crypto now trying to see if they can find that play. Ooh. Neo's avoiding the nade, but instead gets up and puts an end to Crypto. Now it's down to Evo Station. So let's see if Twister will be making it up into placement point territory. Oh, yeah, this might be the end. And that is indeed the case. As Twisted gets sent out in 14th with only 4 eliminations to their name. Brute Force now up to 5. NIGMA going to be looking to put a little bit of that pressure onto the side here of GEEKAY. But GEEKAY, they feel quite confident, seeing that they are holding onto a little bit of that hard cover. But I love where this zone is taking the teams. As you got to keep your eyes open, right? You keep your head on a swivel. Other times, you could be missing out on quite a bit of an opportunity that could come through as a bit of that third body spray. Right, so ARB also going to be falling in 13th place, at least getting sent out with 1 elimination, so not entirely empty-handed. Oh, GEEKAY not going to be feeling the heat as NIGMA looks to dial it up. Where they're going to go, though? Will they find the opening? NIGMA up onto a very healthy dose of elimination, sitting on 6. So they are looking to set the standard here. Back on the previous day 1 in spring season finals, NIGMA got taken out with nothing but donuts coming their way this time around. They are looking to rectify that previous performance. Already now up to 7. You can see Slime Machine also finding themselves a bit of an opportunity at the expense of the ONYX Ravens. But now GEEKAY in such a difficult position, down to a 2-piece. How are they going to get themselves out of that? I mean, they do have Hope and Santa, right? 2 really formidable players. In the meanwhile, the rest of the lobby now opening up those barrels as Slime Machine looks to drive the ONYX Ravens right on back, and that is exactly what they'll do. NASR jumping at the opportunity. Getting a bit aggressive as they still need to cover that ground, get themselves secured in towards the zone. Looking for a bit of a gatekeep, as they do have Spec setting up that anchor point. But now focusing quite a bit of the efforts onto the side of R8. Oh, it's down to Prestige. Up comes Zedox. Will they be able to clutch it? Lord, coming through for the upset all the way on the back end. That is going to be the end for R8. 11th place. So we could still see a potential clutch coming through on this one. All right, so triple now down to a mud. That is going to be a very, very risky one to try and hold on, especially now with IKURD, Slime Machine, and GEEKAY holding up right alongside them. But GEEKAY taking a bit of a spread here, right? Santa and Hope now trying to encircle the teams caught between them. That is a very, very bold statement to be making at this point. But of course, nothing wrong with a little bit of shock and all coming through into the first match of the finals. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to IKURD-E-SPORTS as we venture into our final 9 teams to close off this very first game of the day. So make your predictions for that winner chicken dinner. Who do you think is going to be clutching it out? I mean, NIGMA looking pretty strong. Sly looking pretty strong. NASR going to have to defend. 10 eliminations away from where we saw them previously. As Vision Esports also now get concluded. GANGSTERS down to 2 potential hopefuls. Very tough one. Very difficult position to be in. FALCONS are going to be holding on to a 3-piece. So everyone now just looks to get themselves situated. Gets themselves just crammed in. Also got that lovely road just cutting through the middle. But the standoff is there. Oh, GANGSTERS looking to jump at the opportunity. They do find Ado, but instead they will get, well, kicked to the curb as Brute Force are now up to a glorious 9 eliminations, right on par with that of NIGMA Galaxy. So 2 teams taking hold of those reins. Yeah, NIGMA Galaxy definitely cooking. That is indeed what they're doing. But now this next zone is going to be the determining factor to see whether or not it's going to be a 5-course meal or maybe just a quick takeaway, right? Zone centers up. That is NASR finding themselves with a nice opportunity, a good position. A little bit of that coverage to try and utilize. They got a control of a few of the compounds there. And that's going to be making it especially difficult for a team like Falcons and NIGMA now to rotate up in towards this next zone. Brute Force also quite spread out. Coming through with that 1-3 split. Let's see when IKURD is going to be bringing to the battlefield. Last season, they didn't make it into placement point territory. Already now sitting in exactly that territory. Oh, GEEKAY getting swept under the rug. Out they go in 7th place. NIGMA now going to be looking to play a bit of an angle here onto the side of Slime Machine. 13 and Steezy in a very difficult spot. So exposed. But Rauf is going to be pretty determined to lock in those hits, to lock in those plays. So prediction coming through for NIGMA to take that chicken. Coops punching air. You know, maybe that is just the way they get themselves psyched up. In the meanwhile, it's going to be down to our final 16 players, as we got 6 teams remaining. It is now NASR starting to crumble slowly as the Falcons descend down onto them. But Falcons left with 1. NASR holding on to 2. Oh, that is Spec right out of there. And this could be the clutch coming through now from Pablo. Sanhok is going to come rushing on forward. Going to watch that doorway. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to the side of Slime Machine out in 6th place, but 7 eliminations up. Come on, Pablo. You got to get it. Sanhok's not going to be looking to let this one slide just yet. Brute Force, essentially kind of the only team holding on with a full force. Up comes the spray. The push, the rush. Is Pablo going to be holding it? Well, instead they vault out the window, and this could be a great opportunity, but you got to watch out for those monster trucks now. They do spot Sanhok out in the open. The spray is there, and Sanhok seals the fate as the Falcons, well, will not be able to continue. Instead, they have to settle for 4th place. Now it's down to NIGMA, Brute Force, and NASR. NASR only with 1. So NIGMA now capitalizing on 13 more points than they were able to find in the previous season at exactly this point. NIGMA coming through here with 8 eliminations, 7 less than what they had back in match 1 for the spring finals. Brute Force only had 4 eliminations. Now they've been able to find 3 times that, sitting on a lovely, glorious 12. And that's the only points that they had, right? No placement points being given to them. But let's see what they're going to be doing this season, already off to a much, much stronger start for all 3 of these teams. As we do find that final confirmation now coming in on towards NASR. Out they go, 8 eliminations all the way in 3rd place. NIGMA, they've got their eyes on the prize, right? NIGMA and Brute Force, both squads now sitting on 13 eliminations. But Brute Force, they have the numbers advantage. They've got the positional advantage as well. As you can see, they've essentially got this entire zone under lockdown. NIGMA, they don't have any way left to move. Curious to see how Brute Force are going to be handling the situation, as we've now hit that 9th phase, right? It's only going to be blue closing from here. This is going to be the end of the match. And it's our final 2 contenders to step it up, to show us what they can bring. I love this momentous play coming through from the side of Brute Force. We've not seen any of this come through in Miramar during that league stage. But this is the kind of Brute Force that we saw in the previous season. Just dominating when it came to Miramar. And of course going up against their rivals, who made it very contentious for them. And with that, it is Brute Force securing that winner chicken dinner. Doing so with a very, very amazing 16 eliminations to their name. Setting the bar, setting the standard, setting the expectation of what we are to see come through for the rest of our Miramars. What a way, though, to play it out. See, the sound is there. We just didn't have any game sound. So that is going to be Brute Force securing the very first winner chicken dinner. Last season, they had only 4 points in match number 1. Now, here they come, stepping it up, going over and beyond that, securing themselves 4 times the eliminations they had in the previous one. Plus, they add that winner chicken dinner to the board. So what a step up. I mean, Brute Force, very, very satisfying bit of action. But of course, this is the kind of Brute Force performance that we were wanting to see, right? That we've been waiting to see because they've been holding back on us, right? Didn't bring any of this kind of play through that league stage. So it's good to have them step it up this time around and just blow everyone out of the water. Absolutely excited to see that. But of course, well, we need to take a look at that match rankings to see exactly where our teams ended up, how many points everyone was able to secure. So as we know, Brute Force, phenomenal play, 16 eliminations up. We did see NIGMA also hitting those double digits, but we got to see what the rest of the teams did, right? Where they were able to find those points, the positions, and where exactly they do end up. Of course, as we know, this is going to be our overall leaderboard points-wise. We are going to be adding that to the bonus points that the teams already had coming into the stage. So NIGMA already coming through with 78 points. We did see GEEKAY coming through already with 73. Then we had R8 coming through on 67, GEEKAY coming through on 64. So this match is not going to be too much of an upset, but especially for teams that came through with a little bit less, this is the opportunity now to add to that tally. So curious to see how everything has changed and where exactly the teams find themselves. But who would have guessed, right? Brute Force to be the team to step up and shine when it comes to Miramar, right? Based on the performance that we had, I mean, especially through the league stage, we were not expecting any of that to be the case. I mean, actually, they ended very, very low, down in 15th. But here we go. It is points time. 26 going over to the side of Brute Force. 19 points they're getting picked up there by NIGMA, Galaxy, NASR coming in with a whopping 13. But it's going to be Vision, Triple, RTG, and Quest locked into what they brought into the finals, right? They're not going to get anything added on top of those points. But this is, you know, exactly what we could be seeing, especially for today. I think this is where it's going to be important as to how these teams are going to be progressing through this first day. So with our first Miramar now essentially done and dusted, it's going to be a great opportunity moving into a little bit of that Sanhok action to see exactly what the play is here. Very aggressive match. But looking at this one, I mean, the team's just stepping it up so beautifully. GEEKAY definitely trying to make it a little bit more contentious across the board there. Same can be said about the Gangsters and what we saw. I mean, FALCONS, Pablo playing a really good position. A lot of aggression and then going toe-to-toe with Spec. Quick sneaky hit coming through with that TBS. Ah, just gotta love it. Just gotta love it. Yeah, so we got some very happy supporters in the chat seeing that Brute Force got that first winner chicken dinner. Now looking at the amount of chickens that they've been able to find in general for this entire season, I believe that is now the 5th winner chicken dinner coming through. But looking at the performance comparison here, Brute Force locking in 3,100 damage, where NIGMA Galaxy only to give themselves 27. And that is quite a bit of a stark difference. As you can see, it lines up to about 400 damage difference between these two teams. But very similar with regards to those eliminations. 16 versus 13, but the assists leaning a lot more in favor of the Brute Force squad. They're coming through with 13 versus the 5. Coming through then from NIGMA Galaxy. So Brute Force, right out there, setting the standards, setting the expectation of what we could expect to see in our coming matches here for today. But that's only the first map, right? We still need to go into Sanhok, we still need to go into Erangel, and then repeat the whole process all over again. But as we know, no teams are going to be sitting out on any matches. All 16 teams are going to be playing all 6 matches for all 3 days. So it's going to be 18 matches of chaos, mayhem, and strategy that needs to be just showcased by these teams. Let's take a look and see what the overall board looks like. As you can see, NIGMA Galaxy now sitting on a very comfortable 97. Brute Force coming through with their points here as well, sitting on 76 alongside the players there from GEEKAY. So GEEKAY just adding those 3 points to the tally. As you can see, well, which columns would that be? All right, the numbers right next to the totals, like 13, 16, those columns are the points that get added on top of what these teams had coming in here. So Quest find themselves in first place, even though they didn't find themselves any points in that match. E-SPORTS then going to be locking up into that 16th position with 25 points up. So especially for the teams a little bit further down the board, if they're going to be looking to contest for the pole positions, they are really going to have to step it up for the remaining games, especially for today. Because I think if the teams can really solidify a strong performance, especially on the first day, that does cement their hopes and gives them a bit of a push to bounce off of moving into those preceding days. Alright, so apparently we should be having a bit of game sound. Seems like they've been able to iron out a few of those gremlins. But they've been asking about the MVP. Who do you think is going to be the MVP? Oh, they're asking who was the MVP of the PMPL MEA Championship for 2022? Was it Hamadi, Ida, or Ragnar? So if you know the answer, let me know in the chat. Curious to see what your thoughts are on who it was. But yes, it's essentially going to be time for us now to head into a little bit of that Sanhok, right? To see what the teams are going to be bringing in the jungle, the Arabic boards. You don't understand it, it's easy, right? So the normal leaderboards would be going from this side, to this side, right? So it goes from here and it goes roop, right? Because it's Arabic and they work the other way around, right? You're going to be starting on this side and then going that way. Easy. Easy. You know, you just flip it in your head. But yeah, that is what we've got. So moving into our first Sanhok of the finals. We know GEEKAY, NIGMA, R8, Brute Force, and Twisted. Those are our top 5 teams when it comes to the map of Sanhok itself. To see exactly who's going to be stepping up those performances, who's going to be the ones to just crank in those points. Left to right or right to left. It is going to be from right to left, right? So it's the opposite way to what we are accustomed to. So you can see all this stuff here, right? It goes from the left to the right. Arabic goes the other way. Wait, what's the table they just showed? So the last one they showed is the team's points for the match added to the bonus points that they had coming into this. Remember, this is how it works. Coming through from league stage, the teams are awarded bonus points based on their positioning within that league. And then, of course, at the end of the league, right, so they have 3 opportunities. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3. So maximum of 20, 20, 20. And then, based on the overall positioning in the league, they also then get bonus points. Again, from 20 down to 1 based on their positioning. So first place got 20 points. 20th position got 1 point. So depending on where you finish, that all tallies up and gives you the amount of points that you start the finals with. Right, so coming into this, the bonus points the teams already had secured. NIGMA Galaxy had 78. GEEKAY had 73, R8 had 67, Quest had 64, then we had Vision on 56, we had Brute Force on 50 points, we had Sly Machine on 52, we had ONYX Ravens on 54, 48 to the Falcons, 43 to Twisted, RTG with 41, IKURD with 35, 35 also then to the Gangsters, then of course we had NASR on 32, Triple on 25, and ARB on 26, right? I know that's a lot to remember, but that's the amount of points that the teams came into the finals with, based on their performances throughout the entire league stage. And now, in the finals, they get to add to that tally, right? So, yeah, there's a lot to push for. Seeing that we've done away with the Super Weekend part, we've changed it into bonus points. So all teams get to play every phase, you know, all 5 days. Throughout the league stage, moving into the finals, they get those points added and off they go. That's what we've done. There we go. That is indeed a little bit crazy, but you know, it adds to the excitement. It rewards the teams for consistent performance. You know, so I enjoy that. I think it's a good way to play on through. But yes, speaking about playing through, we are going to be playing into our next match here of the day, which is going to be onto Sanhok. As I've already pointed out, we've got our top 5 performance coming through from that league stage, right? So GEEKAY, NIGMA, R8, Brute Force, and Twisted All of them have found at least a minimum of 1 winner chicken dinner, Twisted with 1, Brute Force with 2, R8 with 2, and then NIGMA and GEEKAY got themselves 3 winner chicken dinners, right? But to get a bit of an idea as to what we could be expecting to see come through into the second match, right? I'm taking a look back at the previous season on the very first Sanhok that we had in the finals. So back then, Brute Force actually got themselves the winner chicken dinner. Vision came in with the most eliminations, though. They got 15. And we did see the players from Crash then secured essentially into second place with 8 eliminations. So that is 14 points to their name. So Vision, they were the team to step it up. Now, based on the previous team's performances, also then the previous season, right, coming through as to how the teams performed on Sanhok, R8 was quite a menace, quite a dominating force, looking at how they played their way through. Vision actually found themselves in the top 5, all the way in the 5th place, with only 92 points that they were able to secure when it came to Sanhok. This time around, this season, they secured 69. Nice, right? That's all they got. No winner chicken dinners. So I think we might be either in for quite a bit of a surprise moving into this as to who could be the one to step it up. But based on statistics that we've got and based on consistency, I think R8 and potentially even Brute Force could be one of the 2 teams in the running to get themselves this very first winner chicken dinner. That's my prediction. So if you agree with me, let me know. If you don't, let me know. Either which way, drop your predictions for Sanhok in the chat. So it seems like we are just running through a little bit of a thing as they were just fixing the sound issues. So we will have in-game sound as well. So I don't have to sit and make noises. Aside from the noises that I have to make, right? There's no additional noise being made on my end. But yes, curious to hear your predictions. Yes, Ellen is really proficient at taking people's bots away. She does that. Just levels the playing field in her favor. But either which way, if you've got any outcomes, any predictions, or anything that you would like to know about the upcoming match, you are welcome to ask in the chat. And I can compare stats from this season to the previous season to give us a bit of an idea who could be those ones stepping up. In the meanwhile, while you think of your questions, we are going to be heading into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back with all the Sanhok action.
bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think, you know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best, you get it. What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh, I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt, they wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me in? I got the key to unlock. I know the locksmith, optics. Speak of the loss, I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold, you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
ورجعنا لكم اعزائي المتابعين وكل تاخير بخيري والخير.
Exactly what has been said right there. Of course, we are getting ready. Seems like we're back on track. We are going to be heading into our second match of the day. Of course, it is going to be time for a little bit of that Sanhok action now to see what our teams are going to be bringing on through. Am I bugging? No, you're not bugging. As I mentioned in the chat, they're just ensuring that all the gremlins are sorted out so we can get back into the match here and see exactly what is going to be coming through. We had a few knock-knock jokes coming in the chat there, with Kyle hitting us up with the first one. And then Nerida coming in with the one saying, knock, knock, who's there? Tank? Tank who? Thank you. We are getting ready to hop right back into the action. So if you've got any predictions as to the outcome of the lovely, lovely Sanhok, now would be the time to let me know in the chat. Who do you think is going to be clutching it out? To give you a bit of an idea as to what we could expect, right? R8, they were the top performers last season, but they finished much further down the board, ending in 5th place for the match. Of course, the match went, the winner chicken dinner went to Brute Force with 9 eliminations. Vision came in 3rd place, but with 15. So, you know, there's gonna be a lot to look forward to. Do you think it's gonna be a Brute Force chicken with maybe more eliminations than 9? Or do you think it's going to go a different way? Well, let me know your thoughts. In the meanwhile, let's hop straight into the action. As we've got Game Sound now coming on through as well. But here we go. So drop those predictions and also tell me, where would you like to see that zone? Yes, we waited all this time for Sanhok, right? So we are getting ready for our second match of the day. You can see our leaders as well with regards to some stats they have there, and as well, Lord, that's obvious. That's damage, right? We can see the damage. Those are, I'm not quite sure. That's another stat. I mean, all of them 1. Spec though coming through with a lovely 5. Maybe that's push-ups. Let's go with push-ups. Yes. So each of them can do those amount of push-ups. Then we go over into the backflips. Spec can do 2 backflips, where Lord and Prepod can only do 1 each. Want to see a zone all the way down to Camp Alpha. All right. So Crypto, when doing a long jump, can cover 358 meters when jumping. That is very impressive, but in actual fact, that is the longest hit that they've been able to deliver so far, right? 358 meter hit. I think that is with regards to the map of Sanhok. Of course, there is our leaderboard over onto that lovely left-hand side of the screen. You can see exactly where the teams currently find themselves. So NIGMA already sitting with a glorious 21-point lead, if my math is correct. I don't judge my math. What you in fact can judge is going to be that positioning coming through here with regards to where the teams are. Turns out it is in fact 21 points. Hey, hey, hey. So good day indeed. We've got a very comfortable zone coming through here for the team, so they can now get themselves situated, distributed, and loaded up, ready to showcase all the aggression that they can find. Now, seeing that we don't have W7 in this lobby, Hatin is open for the taking. And that is going to be essentially the position that we can see Twisted now looking to get themselves situated in. I mean, so for a zone down into Camp Alpha, yeah, that is not exactly going to be the case. We do, however, see ARB champions situated over in towards Camp Alpha. Ricard going to be holding a little bit north of that position. I'll look to see if they can maybe find a bit of an angle on towards AZ and Crypto. I don't think it's intentional, but they might experience or discover the whereabouts of Twisted just towards that northern edge. Of course, we can see them because we've got a view like they don't have. The stars predict a GEEKAY winner chicken dinner. Ooh. All right. I'll take it. Do we have any other takers for that? I mean, who else agrees with the outcome of this match? I mean, GEEKAY were the top performers coming through the league stage with regards to Sanhok, with 3 winner chicken dinners, 89 eliminations, and a grand total of 140 points they've been able to secure on this lovely map. But this is not one of those instances where you can snake it till you make it. Right, instead, you're going to have to get out there, get aggressive, and play those angles. We do see Slime Machine now slowly inching their way closer towards the lovely boot camp, which is where we find GEEKAY currently situated. Ooh, Javian saying that it's going to be a NASR winner chicken dinner. Well, let's see. Indeed. I mean, as we know, NASR made it into the top 3 in the previous match. So where are they going to end this time around? Last season, NASR got only placement points. So they were sent out in 6th place. Let's go Twisted Minds. A winner chicken dinner is due. Yes! Let's get it. Twisted also then coming through with the 4 eliminations that they were able to secure just now on Miramar. So let's see how they are going to be looking to convert that, moving into the lovely luscious jungle. Another prediction coming through for Twisted, also then taking this. So if you are watching and you've not yet commented, let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to be clutching out this winner chicken dinner? So we've got Brute Force coming through from Diz. We've got a GEEKAY prediction coming in, as well as Twisted, and of course NIGMA Galaxy, right? So those are our predicted teams, as well as NASR. So that is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. 5 out of the 16 getting predicted for winner chicken dinner. A little bit further down the match, we'll also see what the casters' prediction is as to who they suspect would be securing themselves that winner chicken dinner. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the chat. The first one to get the prediction right will get a high 5. I'll email you a high 5. More than that, I can't necessarily promise you. But in the meanwhile, Center Zone is starting to heat up. We got R8 and Triple also now starting to venture in. Brute Force still going to be holding off on towards that far northern edge of Zone. Our current most northern team. But the expectation is there to see whether or not they'll be able to replicate that winner chicken dinner yet again. There we go, Ellen already starting to hand out high 5s all over the place. Ellen, you're doing that preemptively, right? Just so that you can say you've already given the high 5. So now you got to see who's going to be reciprocating, right? Yes, bragging rights. Nair, that is exactly... that is exactly what it is, right? You get bragging rights for saying that you were able to get that prediction right. As you saw the predictions going through league stage, production got 11 out of 78, right? 11 out of 78 predictions right through league stage. So production won with regards to predictions. DK got a grand total of none. That is a very impressive stat to hold. 0 out of 78. I mean, no one can beat that. I'm probably sure there's a few people that could beat that. But yes, here we are taking a look at Lord, Prepot, and Neos. I only would accept wrong answers as to what these stats on the left-hand side is. This is obviously the range hits as we take a look at that zone. We got Blue Lobster Gaming saying that Twist is going to clutch. Hey, hey, hey. Nigma going to come through with a 10+ elimination chicken dinner. And Coops will be the one with the most elims. Alright, I like these predictions. So let's see how specific you can get with the predictions to come on through. Meanwhile, the teams are going to, well, specifically focus on rotations. While IKURD and the players here from NIGMA Galaxy are going to be looking onto a little bit more of the aggression. That, of course, is only if NIGMA does find the side of IKURD, but instead it's going to be Aram now. Ooh, to crack that can wide open. Coops already getting knocked down. Freak could also find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Molly's getting sent in both directions. Freak now trying to get themselves patched up, but it's going to be AZ that finds Raouf. Down goes Ali. Azzy now having to try and come through with a bit of a response. Let's see who's going to find it. Ooh, Crypto will have 233 damage dealt this match. Hey, you know, well, I'll take that one. I said let's be specific, and well, Carlos, you were quite specific. Raouf gets eliminated first. Ooh, in fact, the first play out was indeed going to be Ali, right? Followed then by Lord. So, I mean, good try, good try. Nigma going to get 10 eliminations in second place. Twisted are going to be taking it with 14. Ooh. I like it. I like it. Don't stop. In the meanwhile, Nigma and IKURD just going to be staring at each other here. Having a bit of a contest. Let's be Pacific. Yeah, not specific, just Pacific, right? Because the ocean is vast, so you can be vast with regards to your predictions. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Triple now, trying to lock down the rotation coming through from the Falcons. Where are these predictions coming from, Waleed? Everywhere, right? As Ellen said, from the Pacific, right? Because you don't need to be specific. So, you know, whichever one. It can be as vast as the ocean. Ooh! Or like that one coming through from Salam, just running right over result. I mean, so in that one you can say that, you know, the Falcons, they were looking for results. They did find a result. But unfortunately, I don't think Triple are going to be happy with the outcome of that. Here comes the push now. As Dam is going to be trying to play a little bit of hide and seek, but unfortunately they will get spotted out. Down they go, and that is now Triple down to Bandar. Bandar up on the roof. Going to try and avenge their teammates here. Let's see how this one is going to unravel now. Ooh. Results so close to getting raised up. You gotta watch out for them windows. Oh, yeah. That is Triple in a world of trouble. Bandar gonna be having very limited options, but I like this approach, being sneaky, trying to fire from underneath the foundations there. Oh, there we go though. Falcons showing the aggression as they rush on forward, securing themselves those eliminations. Mojo coming through here. AKA Soldier Boy. Remember to keep it respectable in the chat. Otherwise, you'll get sent into the naughty corner. Let's see if Nigma is going to be sending IKURD back into any other kind of corner here, as they do have Golden and Azzy trying to defend. Bandar has of course been shipped out. Off they went. Now we do say goodbye to Raouf. Down they go. Ooh, look at Freak just flying over the river. That is a very impressive play doing a little bit of parkour with a vehicle. I mean, maybe you could call that carkour, right? Not exactly parkour, but you know, I guess it works. This freak now looks to mend that health bar. Ooh, Golden gonna be trying to deplete it yet again. Good to know what Bandar means. I'm still gonna go for Bandar because I mean the name says Bandar, right? And meanwhile, the teams continue to push all the way up to that northern edge. The zone has shifted up yet again. Sly and Falcons still on the edge, having to try and get themselves secured. Bandar means dinosaur, so says Soldier Boy. Well, a few conflicting terms coming through here as to the exact meaning of that, but 10 eliminations for NIGMA. It's gonna be a tough run. Yeah, I mean, especially seeing that they are left with only one player. I'm not quite sure if they're gonna be able to get 10, but you know, it's Freak, right? Freak can do whatever they want. ONYX Ravens now going to be looking to push through the lovely boot camp. They've got GEEKAY as well as NASR and ARB and of course Quest right there with them. Falcons not having a good run though, as they are going to be running into not only the blue zone but also quite a bit of that lead getting sent in their way. Quest now going to be looking to dominate, to see if they can lock that zone down. Ooh, nice hit though, coming through here from Steezy. Nice and easy does it. Taking quite a bit of damage, but still managing to at least bring that assistance through for their team. Looking to keep Slime Machine in contention here. Right, so as we saw before. Ooh, NIGMA getting taken on down. Oh, that is not what NIGMA wants to run through. So whoever predicted that NIGMA were going to take that winner chicken dinner, I am very sorry to tell you that that is not going to be the case this time around. Meanwhile, Falcons and Slime Machine still caught in a bit of an altercation. Never alone. Oh, gets overpowered by the blue zone. But a big helping hand coming through from Steezy. Now it's going to be ONYX Ravens looking to bombard their way on through. Focusing on the side of NASR. Ooh. Blue Wolf saying Bandar is a Persian name used by the Arabs. It means the harbor. Ooh, at the shore. There you go. Very interesting description. Top 5 going through for NIGMA is going to be the prediction. Well, yeah, maybe the top 5 if we turn the leaderboard upside down. That might be it. But let's see what's going to happen now for NASR as the ONYX Ravens are going to look to breach. You can hear those shots going off in the background. That is IKURD now getting shipped away. Off they go. Quest going to be looking to assert their dominance, as they already sit with 2 eliminations to their name. Good position in that zone. Oof, beautiful work. Oh, Gaith! No! Plays the upset, and that is R8 right out of there. Yeah, come on, Ida. No, not going to be making it. Very unfortunate for the side of R8, but what a glorious push that it was going through from the side of GEEKAY. Yeah, to ensure that you are right up with the action, make sure that you go into the fast forward spot and put it on times twice. So it runs at full speed, gets us right onto here. So you can see NASR now getting bombarded as Lath comes pushing on forward. Xenox going to be trying to patch him. Unfortunately, a steel door will be quite a bit of a buffer for that shotgun spray. Oh, Xenox is narrowly evading it, but the essential play is going to come through. As the ARB smoker now just brings in a bit of an upset. Xenox lets it loose. And that is ONYX Ravens getting clutched on down. Xenox absolutely ablaze. Wow, GEEKAY also getting closed all the way 9th. Only 3 eliminations to their name. Meanwhile, Twisted also experiencing a few difficulties out towards that northern edge of zone. All the way in the southern edge, it is going to be Quest now on a mission. On a mission to find even more eliminations. They are sitting currently on 5. Oh, Twisted Minds get taken down as ARB secures the finishes. See whether or not Quest is going to be able to pull through this one. A lot of utility now getting dispersed. Yeah, unfortunate play there for Santa and the rest of the team. But you can't win them all. In the meanwhile, it's going to be a buddy. Oh, just trying to evade a few of the sprays. As Quest continue to try and lock down that elevation. Even though they have the line of sight onto the gangsters, both these teams need to get themselves repositioned and fall back into safety. Fortunately for Quest, they do have Kante setting up a bit of an anchor point here, so they do have something to fall back to. Meanwhile, we can't say the same here for the gangsters, as they've been reduced down to a 3-piece, but at least already 4 eliminations up. Not quite sure if we saw the predictions coming through from the Arabic casters, but let's see what your predictions are. Let me know in the chat. Who out of our top remaining 7 teams are going to be the one to clutch it out? We got Quest, Brute Force, Vision, Gangsters, RTG, ARB, and NASR. So let those predictions fly. Similar to Kevin, letting those nades now just fly on through. Oh, they tried to make the push. APK Reno getting taken on down. Kevin now getting beaten down as well. And that is the Gangsters out. All the way in 7th place. Valiant effort though. Al-Hajj, the first one up to 600 damage. Smoker getting a hit mid-air. As Volt locks in onto the target there. Vision. Building up quite a bit of momentum here. Unfortunately, no eliminations to their name just yet. Quest, though, already sitting on 8. Gotta be looking to push it even further. Brute Force. They already have a 1 winner chicken dinner under their belt. 16 elimination chicken that they've already been able to secure over on Miramar. Oh. Xenox not going to be able to replicate the efforts coming through from that previous match. Instead, they are going to be taken away as it's now up to spec for that longevity, that survivability of NASR. The other 4 teams are going to be fighting quite relentlessly now for control of the zone. Brute Force Mind taking quite a bit of a beating with regards to those sprays. Oh, come on. Vision now just hanging in the wing. They are going to get pushed by that blue zone as it's now just going to start nipping at their heels. We're about to hit phase number 8. But here we go, the push is there. Oh, Al-Hajj does find Discrim, and this really puts Vision in a very, very difficult position now. I like this aggression coming through from RTG. Brute Force now getting into the swing of things. They are going to be looking to pressure a Volt. Brute Force looking very grim at this point. Those HP bars not exactly where they need to be. Let's see whether or not anyone's going to fall. Quest also now having a knock come their way, so Quest having very strong representation moving through this phase. Down goes Rio though, as Easy continues to find the angles. Quest already now held on 10, 12 eliminations. Scoring 3 is a matter of moments. Now, it is Brute Force versus Quest. 3v3 on either side to see who's going to be the one to pick up that winner chicken dinner. Alhaja getting traded. Quest now already sitting up on 12 eliminations. Brute Force sitting on 6. Previous season it was Vision who stole the show. They got sent out in 4th place. Now it's going to be Quest looking to steal the show. Up they come with a beautiful strafe, but it's down to Easy, and this is not looking very favorable now for Quest as Brute Force look to lock in the winner chicken dinner yet again. Neos goes down, and that is it. Brute Force got the chicken last season. They get the chicken this season. What a performance. Last season, Brute Force got 9 eliminations in exactly this match with that winner chicken dinner. This season, they step up and they do exactly the same thing. What a push though. Brute Force coming in with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. They got Miramar. Now they get Sanhok. I mean, this could be Brute Force. This could be Brute Force looking to pack quite a bit of a punch. Back-to-back, not only for the day, but also season-wise, right? Previous season, exactly this match, exactly the same results. 9 eliminations, winner chicken dinner. That was back in spring. Now comes fall. They do exactly the same thing. Winner chicken dinner with 9 eliminations. Talk about consistency, right? Talk about consistency. I mean, that is a result that is tough to beat. Playing exactly the same game as you did in the previous season. So big congratulations going out to Brute Force. Very, very well done. Now, if you ever wondered why I call them the Broody Fruities, this is why, right? Let's take a look at these points. It is going to be 19 points going to Brute Force as they do manage to hold on. Quest coming through with a glorious 12 eliminations, but only 6 elimination points to back that up, winning them 18 in total. Falcons, though, coming through with 6 eliminations. Unfortunately, those are all their points. That is all that they were able to secure this time around. So a very, very exciting play indeed coming in across the board. Vision, as we know, last season, they were able to secure an insane amount of eliminations, right? 15. This time around, only 3. So it does change up the situation ever so slightly. But unfortunately, Triple are going to be the only team that will not be walking away with any points this time around. Quest, though, 2,600 damage for 12 eliminations. And then, of course, there's going to be Broody Fruities coming in with 1,700 and finding 9. But I think the strongest conversion rate is definitely going to lean to the side of Falcons, finding 6 eliminations out of 1,200 damage. So a very, very strong performance. They show that they want to get that PMGC title and make NIGMA cry. I mean, if Brute Force continues with this consistency, I think there might be an opportunity for it, right? Because coming into this, sure, they were trailing by a few points, but, you know, it was about a 300-point gap. So looking at the current situation, they need about 200 more to go. So who knows? Who knows? Brute Force could definitely, if they continue like this, there's going to be a very strong chance of a major upset to come through. So I'm very, very excited to see what our teams are going to be bringing in. Of course, the question that was asked earlier, who was the MVP of the PMPL MEA Championship in 2022? The answer to that is, of course, Ragnar. So there we have it. If you were curious, that is the answer to the post question. But of course, now I think the more important thing here, the more important question that we are going to be looking to have answered is how this match impacts our overall standings, where these teams currently find themselves with regards to those points, and what does that leaderboard now look like. Of course, NIGMA, they were holding on to pole coming into this game. But here we go. Prepod going to be picking up the most eliminations. Also, one of which has been a utility play. Alhaja coming through with 945 damage dealt. Ado securing a glorious 289 meter hit. And Buddy coming through with the most distance covered in this past match. So very exciting stats coming through. Of course, now we need to take a look and see what the change-up is, how this match impacted those overall standings, and where these teams find themselves, because as we know, there's a lot at stake here, right? We're playing for PMGC points, we're playing for the title of winner of the PMPL Arabia Finals, so there's a lot at stake, right? Let's see exactly where these teams are going to be ending up. Of course, they also play for their share of the prize pool, so the higher they place in the finals, the bigger share they get, right? Looking back at how they performed in the league, everyone get the same spread, right, for their participation, but it's coming into the finals that you are in a position where you can add even more to the tally. So we got a few shout-outs coming through for Brute Force, Ado in the chat there as well, so good to see the love coming through for our teams. But of course, yes, well, now we need to see what the point situation is. So no further delay, it is going to be NIGMA sat up on 99 points, Brute Force on a glorious 95. You can see the bonus points coming through there, right? They started off with 50 to their name, but already 2 winner chicken dinners right out of the gate. That is the kind of performance that you need to bring on in. GEEKAY, they've moved up 2 slots into 3rd place, swapping places with GEEKAY in R8, because as a result, has now been moved a little bit further down. Vision also up 1, FALCONS also up 1. So good to see the shifts continuing to come on through. But as we move on towards that second page, ONYX Ravens obviously swapping places with Team FALCONS. Then we got NASR and RTG with a glorious upward progression. As a result, Twisted Minds, they've now moved down 2 positions all the way down into 12th place, right? 13th to 16th. No changes on that front, right? Nothing really changing all too much with regards to positioning. Obviously, points getting added to the tally. E-SPORTS, the only team at this point that still need to get themselves some points. They've not found any in the previous 2 matches, so hopefully something could change up for Triple moving into these coming few games. But of course, as we know, next up, we are going to be heading over onto Erangel. And then we are going to be flipping the whole thing all on its head again and heading right back into Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel for our final few matches of the day. So if you've got any predictions as to the outcome of this coming game, let me know in the chat. Curious to hear what your thoughts are. But if we look at statistics, right, if you take a look at the statistics, based on what we saw coming through the league stage, NIGMA, they were the top performers with regards to Erangel, securing themselves 6 winner chicken dinners. Quest coming in a very close second there with 4 winner chicken dinners. But NIGMA, they were sat on 147 eliminations. Quest coming through on 113. So there is quite a bit of a gap between them. So excited to see whether or not anything's going to change up. NASR also quite aggressive when it comes to the map of Erangel, sitting with 118 eliminations. So technically the second highest elimination count that we've seen. But for NASR, placement points was a little bit of an issue, and they were also not able to get themselves any winner chicken dinners. So is that going to change up coming through into our first Erangel of the finals? Who knows? We'll find out soon. So let me know your thoughts. Give me your predictions. Tell me, who do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out? If we look back at the previous season, again, right, so for today, that's the only reference that we have. We can look back at what we had in the spring season. So back in spring, it was R8 to secure themselves the first winner chicken dinner on Erangel, doing so with 9 eliminations. And of course, then they were followed by NIGMA, who finished in 2nd place, but they only got 2 eliminations. So that opened up the opportunity then for Esports with 8 eliminations and 1 placement point to take 2nd overall for the match. So that was our top 3 from the previous season. Do you think it's going to be the same thing? Do you think we're going to be having other teams? Or could it potentially even be Brute Force going for their 3rd winner chicken dinner? Could they get a turkey? Curious to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the chat. See what the outcome of this one is going to be. We are less than a minute away to see exactly what the zone is going to be bringing through. Yes, Brute Force, they have absolutely been decimating the lobby. That is very accurate to say, Damar. No Mercy saying that NIGMA is going to be on top. Alright, so No Mercy, is that your prediction? Saying that you think NIGMA Galaxy are going to be taking the winner chicken dinner coming into this match? Curious to see the shoutouts coming through for Brute Force yet again. All the love there for Ado. Good to have it. Good to have it. Yeah, let me know, who's your favorite player? Who's your favorite player and what team? Right. It's cloudy. The stars aren't visible yet for the juicy prediction. That's what Nair's saying all the way from up there. Right. They have a bird's eye view of what exactly could be coming through. But yes, we are getting ready to hop right on in to see exactly what flight path and zone these teams are going to have to work with. They're winning the next match and the whole thing. That's what No Mercy says. So NIGMA Galaxy are going to be prepping themselves up. So they're not going to be settling for 7th place this season. They're going to be going for the top slot. Right. Coops from NIGMA. All right. That is No Mercy's favorite player. We know who one of our other people in the chat is going to be rooting for. It's going to be Brute Force Ado. Coops is definitely the best player in the Arabia region this season. All right. Okay. Well, we'll take it. We'll take it. But let me know your thoughts for Erangel. Flight path zone, where do you think it's going to be going? If you want to predict the winning team, let me know as well. In the meanwhile, we are going to be hopping on the plane to see exactly what these teams will have to work with as they now look to get themselves situated. So let's wait and see what it all brings us. Of course, first things up, we are going to be looking to that flight path to see exactly where the teams will have to get themselves situated along. Savoni end zone. And then it's going to be Xenox and NASR. That is from Javian. Right, so very centralized flight path here. Not bad, not bad. But now let's wait to see what the zone is going to do. Drop your predictions for zone before it pops. Let's see. Saventry. Saventry end zone. Sure, that's another way of saying it. Alright, so we have our zone all the way on that eastern side. I heard Brute Force is doing well, so I am here, says Crowns. Give a shout out to Crowns in the chat, guys. Doing a phenomenal job on the PMRC. Mr. Analyst joining us in the chat. So good to see. So good to see. You should be able to hear me. I mean, you just weren't hearing me in that first section because we were waiting to see exactly what the flight path was going to be doing. We got a prediction coming through from Kyle as well. NIGMA going to be finding 10 plus elims and that winner chicken dinner. Coops again with the most elims. The center zone. Well, unfortunately, it is over on towards that eastern side, right? Rauf gets elimed first. Ooh. Well, at least from the NIGMA side. Crowns, I'll make you blush as much as I can, right? Because I can say something and you can't respond other than responding in text. Multi-power zone. I mean, that could definitely be a play. Multi-power end zone, right? That is what we got to be going for on this one. Pre-pod. Yeah, woke up feeling like a demon. I think that is a very appropriate assessment as to what we've been seeing so far. Quest chicken for this game. Ooh. All right. All right. I mean, statistically speaking, we could have that maybe come through. Quest came very, very close previous season. In this exact match, they placed second overall with 9 total points. 8 eliminations to their name. R8, of course, being the one to get that winner chicken dinner. But let's see what this one is going to be bringing on through. Everyone are just going to be rotating up. Twisted, going to be heading into their usual location all the way over in towards Novorep-Noya. Quest RR8, much as I want Brute Force again, if it's not too much to ask. Yes, as we know, Much as we know, it's pretty much it's pretty much down to how these teams are going to be handling what the zone throws at them, right? Yes, Ellen, I 100% agree with what you said there. Awesome job being done by Grounds. A good, strong representation for Africa being brought in. In the meanwhile, we have a few predictions with regards to who's going to be taking it. And I mean, this could still potentially play into Malta Power. But let's see who's going to be clutching it out. Right, so Quest now going to be making a little bit of that rotation happening as they do look to get themselves reallocated all the way from the lovely Gatka region. Center zone currently held by NASR. Sly Machine just to their south. We got IKURD all the way over towards Lipovka/Prison. Falcons actually rotating out of Yasnaya. Poliana heading a little bit further down south. Now going to be looking to knock on them the mansion doors. Yeah, the team's being very respectable about the spaces. I mean, we did see a few hot drops coming through with regards to the league stage. But I have to agree. So far, it's looking good seeing the teams, you know, all just going into their own respective directions, getting themselves properly and decently looted up before starting with those rotations. Also, nice setup here for the Falcons. A good angle to be holding. I mean, if Brute Force maintain that consistency for the entire finals, that is going to be the most aggressive performance that I think we've seen come through in a finals itself, right? So there's going to be a lot of opportunity here for exactly that to happen. I mean, Brute Force, they did finish in 3rd place in the previous finals. 3 winner chicken dinners to their name. So far, they are just 1 elimination away from that. So, hey, who knows? That could be exactly what is going to be coming through. Alright, so NASR now going to be feeling a lot of heat as the teams will start to descend down upon them. GEEKAY seeming somewhat reluctant to push. Right, they're not going to be tempting or testing fate as they push into that zone. Brute Force also now making their way on in. Brute Force is absolutely going all out. Yes, they are definitely doing exactly that. But we'll see if they will be able to maintain that consistency, as Grounds has mentioned already. Ooh, NIGMA with a beautiful opportunity here as they do spot Mud trying to drive it into the side of Triple. But I mean, it's going to be a difficult position here for Triple to play around because, yes, sure, they might get away from NIGMA. They might get away from Quest to the north. But as you can see now, they are going to be pulling in alongside RTG. Alright, so apparently, taking a look from up above, right, Nair coming through with a prediction that this is going to be a GEEKAY game. So let's see whether or not that is going to hold true. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Bandar trying to just keep RTG at bay. So they can line up these hits, line up these shots, and maybe contest for a bit of a position. Ooh, the openers there, though. Rio coming through with a beautiful hit. M4 it is. Follow through. Getting confirmed. Triple going to be looking to push much further through this game. As you can see already, a heavily congested zone coming through here as the teams are pushing in from all directions. Completely different play from what we had compared to the league stage. The team's definitely letting it all out of the bag. But this is only day 1, so the teams are still going to be holding back ever so slightly, right? As we get into tomorrow, that is where we are going to be seeing even more strategies and plays coming through here. Quest now getting caught in a bit of a trap. Oof, they got NASR on multiple fronts as they now look to get themselves squeezed up into shelter, but GEEKAY gonna be looking to put a bit of a stop to that. It's now up to easy, and that is not gonna be easy by any means. As they will have to carry their entire team name forward through the entirety of this match, or rather the remainder of this match. A good showing of aggression coming through here from the side of GEEKAY, as they are one of our predicted teams to lock it in. Let's take a quick look back. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Kante going all the way back to the lumberyard, just chopping down trees all over the place. Yeah, Ellen definitely predicting that someone is going to win this match, and I have to agree with that, right? I think it's going to be at least one of those names that you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. I'm pretty sure that one of those teams are going to be taking it. The finals will be 3 days, 6 matches each day. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. Every day. So if you want to talk about consistency, that is what the teams will have given to them. They know exactly what the map rotation will be. All 18 matches. But now it's going to be RTG and Triple trying to close it off. Rio trying to get themselves patched up. They do succeed. I like that Overwatch position being held by Kalaga, but essentially here I want to see Kalaga look to dip their toes into the zone, right? Not sip on too much of that blue juice, because it could be quite dangerous for them. In the meanwhile, we look to see where exactly the snake zone is going to be shifting towards. Oh, IKURD. They have a glorious setup now coming through here. Smack dab center zone. But now they need to get themselves dispersed, right? I think maybe moving down into prison is not going to be the wisest choice to make at this point. They're saying that they'll be staying a little bit longer with us Earth people here. Thank you so much for blessing us with your presence, Nair. In the meanwhile, it's going to be RTG and Triple A! Down to Kalaga it is, though, for RTG. Is this going to be their road to glory or their road to the lobby? We don't quite know which one. Meanwhile, it is Sly and Twisted Minds fighting for possession of that southern side. Oh, both of them want their time in the sun, but only one will be allowed that opportunity. Now Fashe, an attacker on the defensive. Fashe has been such a menace. Let's see what Crypto will do in response to that. That could have been a beautiful nade. The timing was there. Unfortunately, the positional placement was not. So it's all now reliant on Crypto to see whether or not they can find that angle. Beautiful nade. Did it do enough though? ARB Champions going to be the first team packed up and shipped out. Attacker, yeah. Buggy with four wheels works way better than a buggy with only 2. Maybe even 3. 3 still works, right? Especially if it's the front one. But now, speaking about that, Crypto are getting caught out on the front line as Twisted Minds get taken out with 1 elimination to their name. Oh, very unfortunate play, but it is what it is at the end of the day. But we shall continue onwards. You can see GEEKAY still holding on with the full squad. Up comes NIGMA Galaxy now. Oh, come on. He's going to lock it in. Lord actually getting met with quite a bit of aggression. So not exactly the easy play that they were hoping to get on towards Gaze and Ragnar. We got ONYX Ravens also just to the north. Quest up on the hill behind them. At least Easy is. So this could be quite the maneuver. Meanwhile, up north, it is going to be Brute Force and the Gangsters going through the paces. The Gangsters now lose 2. They are down to APK Reno. But Brute Force, they're not going to be minding as they do secure themselves those 2 eliminations. APK Reno now going to be looking to push much, much further down south. In fact, the Gangsters are actually on 2 players. They're all just hiding in 1 vehicle. Hey, buddy, there to assist APK Reno. But again, IKURD, beautifully blessed. This could be the opportunity now even for NASR or Vision to look to step up. NASR going to have a pretty tough time, seeing they've only got 2 players, right? Spec and J7. But that might be exactly what the doctor ordered. ONYX Ravens also going to start with their rotation, heading up towards the north. Maybe going to be looking to flank around the side here of R8. Gangsters not going to have a lot of luxury at this point. Brute Force. Oof. Brute Force are going to be looking to leverage their position. Leverage those numbers. Now down to A, buddy. Oh, effortless head coming through from Mind. As they will end the run. All the lovely Fruity Fruities. Down they go. ONYX Ravens going to be feeding a little bit of that heat as R8 take up a 2-2 split here. Ooh. SK Ton and Ida now in a very, very difficult position as we do have Ragnar and Prestige on the front line looking to contest for prison. Falcons, they've taken the plunge. They've also taken the spread, right? They're looking to just get the prison at least under their control. But again, not the easiest position to defend, especially looking at those hills. But we do, in the meanwhile, say goodbye to Quest, as they too will get sent out with only 1 elimination to their name. It's quite the turnaround coming through this game so far. But where will it go? Still a long, long way as we have 12 teams remaining. And we are closing in onto the end of our 4th phase. So R8 now in a position to end it here for the ONYX Ravens. Ooh, that nade. Oh, that nade. SK on right on the money. That is it. ONYX Ravens will get nothing but donuts. But R8 not exactly out of the woods. Still have Gangsters, or rather GEEKAY, held just on this higher position here. What happened to IKURD? I mean, they're still here somewhere, running around. They got 1 elimination to their name all the way up towards the northern side of zone. They've been a little bit quiet, right? You can see they still have a full squad up, so they are still in a position where they could look to make a little bit of a move. But they are currently sat, I believe, all the way down in 13th position, as we'll see at the top of the screen once those scores reappear. Nice shift going through with the zone there as well. Pulls a little bit over towards the western side, so it will allow for a bit of opportunity there for our western edged teams, right? Triple, NIGMA, GEEKAY, and R8. But now the Falcons, they really need to get themselves out of that prison. Otherwise, well, it's going to be their prison, right? They could get trapped there, especially with that blue zone closing through. And this being 5th phase, the blue zone is not going to be kind to them whatsoever. So a preemptive rotation is going to be required for their longevity, their safety, and their survival. Ragnar now very isolated from the rest of the team, though. Does come through with a bit of a bison play. Oh! There we go. Drive-by it is. As Gates and Hope come swooping on in. Ida goes down, Prestige is down, but down goes Hope. As Ragnar looks to claim a few eliminations along the way. But R8 essentially down to 1. At least those 7 eliminations up. So now R8 trying to play a little bit of pickup here. NIGMA also going to be fishing for any damage markers, but unfortunately there's no one there. So they're actually using up a lot of the utility. So that I think that smoke was a big brain smoke to send out. As we know, it's going to become increasingly more challenging to find utility at this stage of the game. NIGMA now, not going to be giving up though. They are persistent. Ooh, but Falcons, they are going to be finding a bit of a self-nade. We also do say goodbye to NASR, as they too will fall with only one elimination up. Alright, now going to be feeling that heat. That play, the determination coming through from NIGMA Galaxy. NIGMA already sitting with 4 eliminations up. Brute Force and Sly also there on 4. R8 on 7 though. But, ooh. Not quite sure if R8 is going to be able to get out of this situation. They are down to Ida. As Prestige is about to get confirmed. A little bit of Gumper car coming through here. As NIGMA tries to ensure. And they've claimed everyone they can claim on that edge. Santa now just getting run over and sprayed down. Oh, that is GEEKAY out in 10th. 4 elims up. IKURD now going to be looking to capitalize. They've got a bit of a position on the outskirts here. R8 or 8 eliminations up. As they get taken out in 9th. So the final 8 teams now trying to settle the dispute. Trying to see who's going to be the one to lock in that winner chicken dinner. This is also the appropriate time to ask my lovely viewers. Who do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out? Who do you think is going to be taking that winner chicken dinner? You can see the position there of the teams. So make your call, make your prediction. Drop it in the chat and let's see who is on the money. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Fashe getting met with a beautiful nade there from Volt. Oh, Ado tries to play the position, tries to play the angle. We do say goodbye to Sly Machine with only 4 eliminations. RTG out with 1. So No Mercy holding with the prediction there of NIGMA Galaxy. Any Gaming also saying that it's going to be a NIGMA Galaxy winner chicken dinner. If you agree, drop it in the chat. Share your thoughts. Let me know. But again, now we wait to see how this is going to play out as the teams continue to push, continue to try and get that angle. Oh! Oh! NIGMA, though. They do find their 6th elimination. NIGMA is the only option. That is what we are seeing come through here based on the absolute aggression that they are bringing out onto this battlefield. I mean, it took them 2 games to wake up, but now, looking at NIGMA, they are looking to be quite the formidable force to be reckoned with. Up comes Dam, down goes Dam, and that is the end. As Triple will get backed up all the way in 6th place. Shout out there coming for Brute Force to pick up this winner chicken dinner. I mean, I can see why you say that, as they still have quite a few players in this match. But as do Vision, and now, ooh, it's now reliant on Saif and Tapok. See if Vision can survive the onslaught coming through here from Brute Force. Falcons, they've not yet been able to get themselves out of prison, and the blue zone is going to limit their options severely. In the meanwhile, over towards the southern side, Vision going to be looking to hold on. IKURD, Brute Force, situated on the edge up towards this northeastern side. But again, no one going to be looking to make any major moves just yet. Well, unless your name is NIGMA, as they do go for a little bit of that top block. They lock in on Vision, so now it's down to Saif, the final contender. The last remaining defender. NIGMA definitely going to be cooking this one up already now. On to 9 eliminations, 1 ahead of Brute Force. You can see on the performance coming through from Brute Force that they are going to try their utmost to get themselves that third winner chicken dinner. Here we go, a little bit of a drive-by spray down. As Saif is not safe anymore. That is the end instead. Now we are down to our final 4 contenders. The final 4 teams. It's between IKURD, Falcons, Brute Force, and NIGMA. So the first 2 matches went to the side of Brute Force. They got back-to-back winner chicken dinners. They are in the top 4 yet again. Coming through with 8 eliminations to their name so far. NIGMA, though, sitting on 10. So it is going to be a race between these two to see who's going to be the one to lock it in. First match, NIGMA only got 2 eliminations. Or second match, rather. First match, they got 13 eliminations and a second place just behind Brute Force. But NIGMA are going to be looking to clean out this lobby. They now hold on to those double-digit elims. Falcons somehow managing to get themselves out of prison. Maybe it is one of those get-out-of-jail-free cards that they use. But now the pressure is going to be on the Heat. It's going to be on their shoulders. They have to now answer to NIGMA Galaxy. But fortunately, Rauf is going to be down for the time being. I'm not quite sure why I said fortunately, but either which way, Brute Force is going to be looking to play a bit of a position here. So this could be exactly the kind of position that NIGMA now needs to capitalize and leverage that onto the Falcons. Also with a great assist coming through there from IKURD. Pushing up that side. Ooh, you can see them trying to get the res up onto Rauf. Meanwhile, IKURD now springing into action. Lord trying to get themselves secured in zone. Oh, quick trade as they do find FreePod. Freak trying to come in for the vehicle finish. Now it's going to be Neos. Oh, back and forth between Brute Force and NIGMA Galaxy. Lord, so low on health, but as is Neos. Who's going to be the one to lock in the hit? Oh, Lord, gets the job done. And that is Brute Force out of here. As they too get swept under the rug. NIGMA Galaxy absolutely raging their way on through. That's what happens when you try and say rampage and rage all at the same time. Rage. That's what comes out. It's the rage part. In the meanwhile, it's now down to the final 3. Right, Falcons sitting with 1 elimination. IKURD sitting on 3. And NIGMA Galaxy on 14. So this could definitely be them now clutching it up as they get ready to make that final play. NIGMA down on a full squad still. This could be theirs. Oops, keeping it nice and quiet on the edge. It's going to be Lord leading with those eliminations. Currently sat on 6 for the team. More than the entirety of IKURD and Falcons put together. Oh, beautiful light up coming through here from groups. IKURD now getting pressured. Now comes the spray Freak going fishing as they look to find themselves a bit of golden. Oh, but the hits are there. UMP just doing its thing. AZ actually pulling it right into a headshot. Now it's up to Ali. Oh. IKURD now down to only Ali. Left to defend their honor. NIGMA just lighting everything up as they push through so relentlessly. 18 eliminations. Oh, man. I feel sorry for the Falcons here. I mean, yes, they've made it up into second, into the top 2. But they've got only 1 elimination. NIGMA, they've got 18 times that. So this could be the play. This could be the first chicken out for NIGMA to come through as Never Alone is down. It's up to Pablo and Salam. Oh, look at the rush. Oh! Down goes Scoops, but Raouf with a quick pickup on the edge. Now it's down to Pablo. The trade is in, and there we have it. NIGMA Galaxy securing themselves the winner chicken dinner, and doing so with an insane tally for the finals. Concluding the match with 21. Yes, 21 winner, 21 eliminations. I almost said 21 winner chicken dinners, but who knows, right? I mean, they're not going to get 21 because there's only 18 matches, but what an insane step up coming through from NIGMA Galaxy. I mean, they were dormant in match number 2, right? Match number 1, yes, played a good game, 13 eliminations, but coming into this one, they were like, you know what? What's 13? Let's go for even more. And they push all the way into 21, dropping a 30 bomb in the finals. That is hella impressive. So mad respect going out to NIGMA Galaxy. It was about time for them to step it up and to, you know, just blow the opposing teams out of the water. Essentially, they took down 5 teams all by themselves. So very impressive stuff. But that is exactly what we look forward to in these finals, right? To see what the teams are going to be bringing in. Because the league stage was just a taste of what we could expect to see come through. And of course, the teams already, well, showcasing that is exactly the situation. But of course, now we need to take a look and see exactly what those leaderboards look like. First up, we are going to be heading into the match rankings to see where the rest of the teams ended up. I mean, look at these Arabicasters. They are just so happy. They are smiling all over the place. You gotta love. Just loving everything that we're seeing here so far. I mean, very impressive plays indeed. Yeah, 21 is very much insane to see at this level. I mean, it's the finals, right? You're going up against the best teams of the season. And just trying to duke it out. And, well, not trying to duke it out. They just do, right? They just lock it in, of course. Speaking about locking it in, they've also locked in their points. As you can see, 31 points then to the side there of NIGMA. I mean, the closest that we have to that is Brute Force with their 8 eliminations. Unfortunately, there's not going to be a Brute Force turkey coming through, right? That is what you call 3 winner chicken dinners in a row. So, Brute Force going to get robbed of that turkey, but still a very strong performance. 8 eliminations. Same going to the side of R8. You can take it out quite early on, but will still manage to get themselves those 8 eliminations. Unfortunately, ONYX Ravens and the ARB champions will have nothing but donuts to work with here. Nothing but air, right? A few bubbles to play with, if you will. As, well, it is what it is, right? Sometimes you got teams scoring themselves a few points. Other times, well, they score a little bit of something else. Let's take a look at these graphs here. 2,961. Close to the highest damage that we've seen come through in a match. I think the highest that we've seen so far in this season was like 3,500. So very impressive performance going through there from NIGMA Galaxy. So far, our fattest chicken that we've had in this final. So you've got to appreciate all the sprays that they've been able to bring on in. Another question was asked with regards to the PMPL MEA champs back in 2022. The answer to that question, if you understand what the question was, well, it was 48, right? So if you guessed 48, well done. I didn't, because I don't know what the question is. But yes, very happy play. I can see everyone just being so surprised by the 21. MVP Lord, I mean, I can't see why not. Because looking at the amount of eliminations that Lord was able to secure here, yes. So we've seen some decimation. We've had some obliteration come through. What will we have in our 4th match of the day? Of course, as we know, after this, we are going to be heading right back into Miramar. To see who's going to be clutching it out, locking in our 4th match of the day. But you got to give it up to Pablo, though. I mean, they were able to find Coops in that spray down. So very exciting as the teams continue with the upsets. And, of course, we are here, right? We are ready to see as many upsets as we can. Even Ellen now starting to brag about chickens being fat. Heavy chickens, right? In real life, we get heavy chickens. In PUBG, get fat chickens because, you know, they lock in. They lock in so much with regards to those eliminations. Of course, we are going to be taking a look at a few rotations as to how NIGMA actually started to move through. You can see them now with a slow progression, playing a lot of edge, but they were presented with quite a few challenges, right? Again, time after time, position after position, so many teams held in the vicinity. So you gotta give mad props to NIGMA, because even when put in a very, very challenging play, they were still able to hold on. You see the position there of Mind and Brute Force going for a bit of a 2-2 split. As you can see, those arrows now just popping in. But it was unfortunate that Brute Force, you know, found themselves with, I don't know, a little bit of a risky play moving through here. I mean, they were able to secure themselves over on towards that edge, but especially moving into this region, looking at the position that we see Brute Force in there. I mean, this is an uphill angle for them to try and fight off of, right? So obviously, for a team like NIGMA Galaxy situated where they are, they were able to capitalize on that elevation and just look to leverage it as best they could. I mean, Brute Force, of course, they tried, right? To try to improve that positioning, flanking up, pushing from that edge side. And, well, yeah, Falcons also managing to get themselves out. But hey, exciting plays though. Very, very exciting plays coming through as the teams continue to hold true with the aggression. But now we've seen the upsets being played out, right? We've seen what these teams have done for the first 3 matches of the finals. Now moving into the second half of the day, of course, we are going to be playing through exactly the same maps, right? Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, to wrap up our proceedings here for the day. So if you've got any predictions, do you think we are going to be looking at a bit of a different outcome moving into our second Miramar of the day? Do you think maybe NIGMA are going to be doing a little bit of something because they've now risen, right? They've really stepped up, and it seems like they've gotten a second breath now breathed into them. Sure, of course, as we remember the previous one, the first match of the day, of course, they finished in second place. Very impressive elimination count being brought in there. As I've already mentioned, securing themselves 13 eliminations alongside that second place. So, do you think they're going to be looking to push it further? Maybe look to contest Brute Force for that winner chicken dinner? We don't know, but what we do know is going to be that the leaderboard is what it is right now. NIGMA sitting on a glorious 130 points coming through here. Of course, as we can see then, the rest of the teams trickling in right behind them, right? So, no major movements happening within the top 5. Falcons, though, they have been slotted up 2 slots. Essentially swapping places with the 2 teams above them, right? So Vision and Sly, as a result, getting moved down. ONYX Ravens, NASR still holding in exactly the same position. IKURD, though, they've moved up 2 slots, all the way from 13th into that 11th place, with their performance coming through this last match with that 4th overall finish. And saying not to brag, but I have 3 DKs. Nice. I have 1. The OG one. But yes, so I'm curious to hear your thoughts as to what you think could be coming through here. Because, I mean, we've seen now how these teams have shifted with regards to those leaderboards. But do you think NIGMA Galaxy are going to contest Brute Force for that prize? You know, for that winner chicken that are moving into Miramar? Or do you think we are going to be seeing another team step up, right? I think it's going to be a pretty close call. Because, I mean, there's so much that could be coming through here as the teams are still continuing to let out a few of those surprises, right? Nothing has been confirmed just yet, as we know the team's continuing to step it up, looking to play a few strategies that they've been holding on to and not really looking to give too much of an opportunity for that. We do have a break, as you can see over here. Bam, bam, bam. But let me just quickly unmute that.
ورجع
Well, there we go. Such a long break, right? I don't know what you did with yourself for all that time, but we are getting ready to hop into our next match. We're getting ready to move into the second half of the first day of the finals right here in PMPL Arabia with the full split for 2023. Whew. I mean, okay, so let's take a look back at the previous season. Try and see what spring brought to the battlefield here, to get a bit of an idea as to what we could maybe be seeing coming through, because the prediction held true moving into match number 2. Looking at what we had in match number 3 last season, it was R8 that got that winner chicken dinner. NIGMA came into second place with only 2 eliminations up. Obviously, they changed it up for this season, But moving into match number 4, that was the match in which we saw NASR actually stepping up, claiming the victory, right? With that glorious winner chicken dinner and 8 eliminations coming through as a result of that. IKURD also finding themselves 8 eliminations. Now that's what we had last season, right? What we had earlier today also was that lovely brute force winner chicken dinner coming through in the very first match as well. So there's been quite a few upsets trickling its way on through. Now if you look at it, brute force got 16, NIGMA got 13 eliminations. So they've already set the standard expectation as to what we could be seeing come through. Brute force maintaining that consistency into match number 2. But actually I think brute force has been our most consistent team so far for the day. As actually after this third match, they sit on 57 points. NIGMA Galaxy only 5 points away. That's it, right? NIGMA coming on 52 points for the day. 36 eliminations, though, going to the side of NIGMA Galaxy. Falcons, they've also upped the ante. They sit on a grand total of 20 for the day. And then it's going to be 19 so far for NASR and Quest. So do you think it's going to be either of those teams stepping it up, securing themselves the winner chicken dinner? Curious to hear what you think about that. Let's see what we have in the chat. How many points between NIGMA and Brute Force? Well, with regards to the leaderboard, from what we've seen there already, it's a 23-point gap. Then there's 24-point gap down to the next slot, which is where Quest find themselves. So be sure to drop your predictions. 23 points, it's doable. Yeah, I mean, Brute Force could definitely look to bring it if they want to try and catch up, because they've already shown their capabilities when it comes to Miramar, especially in the previous season. But, well, it's now this season. So let's see what we are going to be doing in this match as we head into the lovely Miramar for our second time here today. But the flight path has changed up this time around. We are going to be starting on that southern approach, heading all the way up into Torre Ahmada. So let's see where the teams are going to be dropping, and of course where that zone is going to be revealing itself. So drop your predictions in the chat, and then we'll see once we have a good idea of that zone. All right. There is our zone. Ooh, a nice position. I mean, just a little bit off center, but definitely still very nice with regards to all our teams' positioning here. So we've got our points on board as well, showing the current angles of our teams with regards to the overall standings. But Brute Force are giving themselves 57 points so far, as I've already mentioned. NIGMA sitting on 52 for the day, on top of the bonus points that they had to come into the lovely finals here. Yeah, so don't confuse the day performance with the actual leaderboard, right? Because remember, the teams came in with bonus points. Let's see who's going to be looking to step it up. Brute Force currently sitting on 1,024 total points with regards to PMTC. GEEKAY holding on 1135, R8 on 1103. Brute Force, up, and away! Off they go. So Brute Force definitely going to be looking to bring in a more consistent performance here, right? Looking to have yet another favorable Miramar play out for them. I mean, they've shown not only in this season but in the previous season that they are quite proficient when it comes to the map of Miramar. In league stage, holding back on us quite a bit, but at least so far in the finals, stepping up and delivering. Alright, R8 also going to be going through their looting phase up into the lovely San Martin. Uncontested, at least for the time being. We could potentially maybe see Twisted knocking on the door, as they are going to be moving up in towards Hacienda del Patron. Quest, on the other hand, taking the usual positioning here. Kante, Fidan, and Easy all the way up in towards Al Azhar with Al Hajj much further on towards that western side, almost on the edge of zone. But no overly aggressive rotations coming through, at least not with regards to that zone possession, right? The teams are going to come trickling in though. But no one's going to be looking to break down barriers just yet. We do see the RTG players here also now looking to make a bit of a play though. I'm curious to see exactly where they are because, oh yeah, they're close to the zone. Just on the outskirts of Picardo. I was looking to the edge. I couldn't figure out where exactly they were. But no, the audio is not gone. The audio is here. Maybe the volume is maybe a little bit low. Twisted now coming through with a quick testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that is why you should avoid using a monster truck in this map, because it's such a big moving target. Makes it so easy to spot and, you know, just come through with that spray. I mean, you could rather go for the Golden Dorado here, you know. It's a little bit lower. No, DK is talking. DK is talking all the way. Cindy, I think you might be behind a little bit. Maybe fast forward. Meanwhile, it's going to be Twisted now finding the jump onto the Falcons. But they're going to have to worry about R8 as well, right? Just holding in the wing here. Eva Station now looks to push a little bit further. Maybe on towards that. Seems like a southern rotation coming through here from Twist. Meanwhile, Crypto getting met with quite a bit of aggression. Fortunately, it is quite the range spray coming through here from R8. So, you know, Crypto should be safe, at least for the time being. Seeing that they do have a little bit of hard cover, but the Ragnarok might not feel all too happy and too satisfied with that just yet. Now this is the opportunity. Yeah, Crypto gonna make a run for it. Oh, you gotta watch out. You gotta watch out though. R8. Oh, they could stop it for Crypto. Ida. Oh, we gotta give it up. The credit is there. A quick pickup going through here from AZ, but again, right in the monster truck. Not the easiest vehicle to hide. It's like driving around with a little flare, shooting out the top every time because It's almost like everyone can see exactly where you are. Speaking about where you are, let's see where these teams will have to move to as the zone is going to get ready to pop. Ooh, there we go. It takes us all the way to the edge there, just on the outskirts of Picado. So RTG now going to be holding on to a little bit of that prime real estate. But they are going to have a few onlookers now looking to maybe come in for a bit of a viewing. Seeing that we've got GEEKAY, ARB, Vision, Sly, NIGMA, IKURD, all having to just squeeze themselves up a little bit further. Falcons now in between the lovely R8 as R8 comes flying in. Ooh, the sprays are there, never alone. Does find the opening play. So watch out though. Yep, I know, nice. Quick DBS hit. Slowly R8 starts to take apart that Falcon front line. It's now up to Pablo and Salam. A little bit of a spread in the meanwhile. Speaking about spreads, Vision also going to be, well, it's going to be spread into a little bit of chaos as they do find ARB rushing on in. Unfortunately for Vision, they are holding on to a 2-2 split. The other half of the split could be facing off against the side of Quest, but now it's up to Pablo. Keep the Falcons in this match. 1 down, 2 down. Ooh, come on. Come on, Pablo. Can you get the rest? Oh, up comes the rush. Ragnar and SK Tar now going to be looking to follow through. Yeah, you just got to restock on that ammo, though. This could be the clutch play, though. This could be the clutch play. Oh, no. No, it's very troubling now for Pablo. As that nade really did them dirty, but no. Unfortunately, Pablo having to give up that res. Salam seems a little bit hesitant. Not going to be moving in to fortify, even reinforce Pablo here. Meanwhile, R8 will get themselves back on their feet. 1 by 1, as it is not going to be a showdown. Come on, Salam, you can help save the show. For the time being, it's all now relying solely on Pablo to see if they can defend. Salam, fortunately stepping in. Down goes Prestige. Oh, but the headshots. Ragnarok with the UMP closing it off. Oh, Salam getting caught out in the open as they try to cook that nade up. Instead, they take down their own teammate, and that is going to be the end of the road. Gangsters now going to be looking to come in with a bit of an upset here. Maybe seal the opportunities there from R8. Brute Force also yet to secure themselves decently within this next zone. You can see it shifting a little bit further down south. Now looking quite favorable for GEEKAY, NASR, RTG. Ooh. So Gangsters now just trying to get themselves properly dosed before contesting the side here of R8. Exactly the same thing happening now on that R8 front. Brute Force also just trying to figure out what their rotational option is going to be. I mean, from what we can see, what I can see on the map, they are going to have a clear line straight down into that next zone. R8 not quite sure what is going on here as they are still waiting patiently within the compound. Not feeling like they want to venture outside. In the meanwhile, it is going to be ONYX Ravens now being spotted out here by NIGMA. I mean, again, NIGMA very widely spread out here. Playing a 2-1-1. So they've got Lord and Freak on the front line. Koops and Raouf much further away, both in opposite directions. But the ONYX Ravens need to be careful because they are also then sharing the space here with Triple, as you can see, just on the edge, as well as Sly Machine, Steezy coming in from up above. Ooh, up in that triple stack. Speaking about stacks, It's going to be Twisted and a Vision. They're looking to stack themselves up in towards the zone. It's down to Discrim and Volt. As you can see, beautiful setup coming through. Yeah, easy, of course, getting spotted from miles away. As they're moving in with a monster truck, but the hits now connecting on in. Down goes Volt. It is up to Discrim to see if they can survive, but the utility from Crypto could end it. Ooh, instead they fly down. Ooh, up comes the hits. Yeah, and there we have it. Evo Station does secure it, and that is 3 eliminations up now for Twisted. So Brute Force now going to be looking to find a little bit of that action on the side here of R8. Everyone just very hesitant with their push up in towards the zone though. But R8, they need to make some kind of a play here because I don't quite know if Prestige is going to be able to survive. Up comes the upset from Quest. Reaching in with quite a bit of a range. The zone pops and it moves down towards the east. Out into the open fields. Again, a very difficult position to actually play around. But it's all going to come down to who gets themselves set up. I'm going to be looking over to RTG. Ooh, as they've got a beautiful setup there. But speaking about setups, R8 will go down with only 4 eliminations to their name. We're now going to be looking to play a little bit of a third-party opportunity here. Ado just flying on by. Not even going to be sticking around for a few shots. So Brute Force now focusing on that rotation, but they are going to find themselves nothing but a bit of NASR and RTG. Again, this is where I think that setup going through from RTG up on this ridge line. You can see beautiful ridge coverage. If anyone dares venture down into the valley, that is going to be RTG now just beautifully set up and ready to capitalize. Gangsters is going to be trickling their way on in. Again, not a overly confident rotation going through from their end. We are still waiting for Jafar, but Jafar is out in the blue zone, taking a little bit of that damage. Not quite sure why, though. Yeah, speaking of Jafar, down they go. Kevin, ooh, hey buddy, they're going to have such a tough time. I like the setup, though, for IKURD. Good reaction, good response. Just spotting out that angle. Meanwhile, we do say goodbye to Brute Force. At least the majority, yeah, no, that's all of them. Only 3 eliminations up. Quest! Playing a big setup in this one. But now Quest 2 presented with the opportunity to get themselves resituated. Maybe going to be venturing down into that valley. Oh, yeah, that is exactly what they threw. And as I predicted, RTG are going to be looking to capitalize. They've been presented with a few easy eliminations right then and there. Quest now having to rethink the initial strategy, their initial positioning. Seeing that RTG really upset that play. Now, NIGMA only holding on to a 2-piece. It's going to make things ever so slightly more challenging to get a good position. But we are going to be looking for that zone pop to see exactly where it's going to be taking us. Alright, so zone now moving even further on towards that eastern side. Looking quite favorable now for Sly Machine and Twisted, even ARB champions. But again, nothing is given at this point. We have no idea who's going to be the one to step it up. In the meanwhile, is going to be IKURD and GEEKAY getting into a little bit of altercation here. Finding a bit of that trade-off. The shots continue to rain on in. GEEKAY looking to get the jump. IKURD now put on the defensive. They do find Ali though. That could be exactly the kind of opener they need. To just come marching in, charge their way on forward. So NASR was the team last season at this exact point to get themselves that winner chicken dinner. Let's see if they are going to be in the running to do that yet again. IKURD's still going to be cooking it up, but it doesn't seem like GEEKAY want to stay around for dinner. Instead, they are going to be looking to just move their butts back into that zone. At least onto the edge to set up a bit of a gatekeep. GANGSTERS also now swinging in. The uninvited guest. Meanwhile, NIGMA Galaxy out in 12th place. Wow. Oh, GEEKAY trying to disengage. But Santa is down, so that is going to hamper that initial play, though. Oh, down goes Kevin. IKURD. Now locking in their second eliminations. GANGSTERS unfortunately going to be sent out rather in 11th place. We're still looking at quite a contested southern zone rather. Sly Machine, Twisted, ONYX, Ravens, and Triple. Up north though, it's going to be NASR and RTG. But NASR down towards Xenox. Oh, so that could be a pretty tall order. Even for Xenox, to try and contest against the side of RTG. I mean, they could maybe look to dip out and get themselves situated in that zone, but I don't see that happening as up comes Kalaga. Down goes Xenox as Rio locks in the trade. And that is it. NASR not going to be in the running for that winner chicken dinner. Now, we look onto our remaining teams to figure out who exactly that would be. So GEEKAY definitely going to be one of the potential performers here, as they were having the more favorable run when it came to Miramar for winner chicken dinners, but we can say exactly the same about the ONYX Ravens. But the ONYX Ravens, well, they're not here anymore. They're already waiting back in the lobby. So the pressure now rides on GEEKAY to see whether or not they can keep that consistency going. Maybe going to be looking for their 5th winner chicken dinner on this map. Alright, so GEEKAY looking to get the ball rolling. They do focus down onto E-SPORTS. But again, GEEKAY now, they need to get their butts much closer to that zone. As there's no point really fighting all the way from this very far edge. Triple also going to be very cautious on this edge, as they know there are teams somewhere around them. They don't know exactly where just yet. Let's see what the play is going to be now for GEEKAY, as they look to send it up. Pulling in alongside Sly. Triple now also just waiting very patiently. GEEKAY though with a wide spread. Looking to optimize the approach heading in towards this next zone. IKURD down to 1. We can see Golden just holding on that western edge. RTG. They've been quite a bit of a menace. Right, already 5 eliminations out, 3 players left. So this could be their golden opportunity. If we look around the map here towards the southern side, Sly also seems to be a little bit more hesitant. Not going to be looking to send themselves up just yet. They do sneak in with a few of those vehicles, right? Just trying to see if they can maybe get a bit of a jump to go in. Ooh. Angles held onto the side of Triple, but you still got to watch out for GEEKAY. GEEKAY waiting in the wing. Slide now getting pressured from both ends. It is going to be Triple and GEEKAY focusing their efforts right down on towards them. Slide now down to 1. Daka not having a lot of options here, especially not with Ragnar starting to move a little bit higher up. That is going to allow for beautiful reach. Bandar coming through from the southern edge as well. Ooh, is it going to lock in though? Gotta watch out for those vehicle explosions. Twisted now going to be capitalizing on opportunity here as they do find GEEKAY way off in the distance. Sanhok getting met with a bit of a spray, but this is now the opportunity for Slime Machine to slide their way up into zone. Oh no, all the barrels, the sights pointing right to them. As we do say goodbye, Slime Machine will be our next team to fall. 4 eliminations to their name as they go out in 8th place. Listed now with a great opportunity here. They could definitely look to just cause absolute havoc into the side here of GEEKAY. We still have 7 teams remaining. Right, Zone taking a nice comfortable shift. But that is going to be quite the problem for our teams. Everyone now needs to push forward to get themselves situated. Meanwhile, a lot of aggression coming through here from GEEKAY. So you can see that spread. Got 2 players up. Now going to be looking to make the most out of this whole situation. Evo Station leading with regards to those eliminations as an individual. But look at this though. Gabe going to be looking to find it, and they do. They do take down Dam. Oh, now it's Bandar. Left to contest. Gaith, no stranger to a challenge. But up comes the Porsche. Effortless work being done there as Gaith does secure the finish. And that is the end of Triple. 6 teams. That's all we have. Fight it out for this final winner chicken dinner on a Miramar for today. Santa a little bit too excited to get into the fight as they do fling themselves out of the vehicle. Unfortunately, bringing them right to their knees. Not exactly in the kind of position that you want to go for a play like that. Meanwhile, ARB, they've got free reign over on towards this northeastern side of zone. Twisted, they've got the southeastern side on the lockdown. Now they could look to leverage that position down onto Quest, RTG, IKURD, GEEKAY, everyone on that western front. Let's see what the responses will be instead. Golden, though, still causing a little bit of havoc, but down they go. Getting sent out with 5 eliminations to their name. A lot of back and forth between our respective teams as we are into our top 4. GEEKAY look like they are going to be trying to push. Looking to assert a little bit of that dominance as they progress up in towards the zone. Down goes Hope. Oh, Crypto now feeling the heat. Feeling the spray. Let's see whether or not Gaith will be able to get it. Ooh, you're going to watch out. They are just so close. Crypto even running straight through monster trucks. But again, the monster truck now sliding down the hill. That is not what Twisted needs, but it finds them. Gaith. Oh, trying to find the play onto with Santa. Now it's going to be Crypto trying to strafe, but unfortunately Twisted will have to settle for 4th place. At least finding those 6 eliminations up. ARB now starting to get themselves situated and moving into position. They are going to be looking to contest GEEKAY here on the very edge. GEEKAY down to potentially 2, unless of course they can get those reses in. But GEEKAY are going to be focusing on first mending their own health bars. And this opens up the opportunity for Quest. Alhaji coming through with that MG3. Could be an easy clap on towards Ragnar. They do not spot them in the bush. But they also don't know where that smoke has come from. So they will be doing their due diligence. GEEKAY now back on 3. Ragnar in a beautiful position here to relay the information, trying to just hide. Predictions coming through for GEEKAY Chicken. If you agree, let me know. In the meanwhile, look at the positioning here. ARB smack dab center. Very controlling angle to be holding. Al-Hajj, though, does get the elimination on towards Ragnar as they do bleed out. But look at Osama and the rest of ARB now. They feel very confident at this point. They are going to be taking aim at Sansa. Fortunately, Hope is there to provide a little bit of that backup. And this is where this confidence now from ARB could maybe turn around against them. Especially looking at where they find themselves and all these ridges surrounding them. But here we go. ARB not going to be deterred instead. They will condense their position a little bit more now. They're trying to figure a way out of this bowl here, but not quite sure how they're going to get out. Especially with the side of Quest and a GEEKAY. Just holding on the sides here. Habib coming through with the support there for IKURD. I mean, they did quite well. 7 eliminations to their name. Oh, Al-Hajj quick with that MG3. Nice surprise onto Santa. Up comes the push. Gaith is down as well. Ooh, slowly GEEKAY is getting put in a very difficult position. ARB looking good. They got 3 players. Scratch that now. It's going to be 2. Let's see if this will hold true now for Quest. Hope, the final contender left. Oh, going to be looking for that 12th elimination. They do secure it. There goes the hits though. Quest down to 1. GEEKAY down to 1. ARB down to 1. So it is going to be a 1v1v1 to settle this chicken. Here we go. The showdown is about to kick off. Oh, Smoker gets Hope, but then up comes the spray now. Fahidad looking to close it off. And they do. As Quest secures themselves that lovely, glorious winner chicken dinner. And doing so with a very comfortable, very comfortable 11 eliminations to their name. So what a play though. Quest definitely locking in quite a bit of a masterclass here with regards to playing, because I mean, remember they only had 2 players left moving into these last few phases. So I mean, Al-Hajj just lighting those hits up so beautifully. I mean, there's not much you can say to really fault the performances that we've had come through from our respective teams here. But yeah, mad respect going out to them. That is, of course, exactly what we wanted to see happen as the teams, of course, look to play upset. I mean, Brute Force, they tried, right? They tried to see if they could make it too close to that end. Unfortunately, as we know, that wasn't exactly on the cards for them. But a great step up going through here from Quest, getting themselves into that position. I mean, GEEKAY, you'll see now. You'll see now. They were able to secure themselves 12 eliminations. So, yeah, you can add that onto the placement points, which you'll know is all the way from 3rd place. So that's 5. So that should put them on about 17. Yes, 17 points. 17 points. Hey, I mean, this is what we're here for, right? You want to see these upsets come through as the teams continue to step it up. So game number 4, ending on a very surprising note. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at these points as the teams make their way on through. Of course, taking a look at what we've got here, it's going to be 12 eliminations then for the side of GEEKAY. In fact, it is exactly 17 points coming through. ARB and Twisted both finishing on 10th, but both of them taking different approaches to getting themselves into those 10 points. The one ending with 4 eliminations, the other one ending with 6 eliminations, and of course just trading places with regards to those points. But as we have it, Slime Machine then also ending their run on 5 total points. The same you said there for Triple with 4, but R8 getting only eliminations this time around. Well, that's essentially a situation on this entire page. I mean, ONYX Ravens, unfortunately, well, going to be having a slightly empty-handed run. So the question that we saw being asked there was how many, I guess, eliminations did Coops have for this season? I'm not quite sure if that was the previous season or this season, but it's definitely for PMPL Arabia. But yeah, some very satisfactory plays coming through from our teams here. let's enjoy these highlights as we get to see again what they just did. Right, such a difficult Miramar to play through. But I think mad respect going out to Twisted though and GEEKAY. Both teams trying to just strafe their way on through. But Al-Hajj essentially coming in with that MG3. There's not much that you can do to really beat that out. And of course, Fahi done carrying them all the way over that finish line. I mean, Hope was so close to playing one heck of an upset right then and there. But yeah, Smoker kept their eyes on the prize and dealt with business. And then, of course, Quest coming in there. But GEEKAY, a lovely 22-11 with regards to those total eliminations. Looking very, very comfortable indeed. Ooh, 1900 going over to the side of Quest. 1700 on the dot for Sly Machine. RTG and Triple coming through with 1100 and 1300. But it's difficult to figure out exactly who got that strongest conversion rate. I'm probably going to say it's going to go to Quest. Finding 11 eliminations out of 1900. I mean, still a very, very impressive play regardless. Going out to the side there of GEEKAY as well. 22-11. That is, again, quite the feat, especially looking at the lobby that you're playing in, right? So some very impressive stats coming through here. But of course, as we know, no surprise really to see GEEKAY performing that way, right? As we had them being one of our top performing teams when it came to the map of Miramar for the season. So GEEKAY, very consistent with that play. Of course, for Quest, that was quite the upset, and we love upsets coming through, of course. Now, with regards to our leaderboards, we can see the players here from NIGMA, Galaxy also then still holding on to pole. So no one contesting anything, at least for the top 5 slots. Sly Machine now going to be finding themselves moved up into that 6th position onto 73 total points. As a result of that move, Sly now just getting moved, well, Falcons and Vision, rather, getting moved down into 7th and 8th place, respectively. But Falcons and Vision tied on a lovely 69 points each. Of course, having different ways of getting themselves to those points. As we move on to the second page, Twisted moving up 4 slots all the way up into 9th place. IKURD and RTG also then up 1 slot each, getting situated up in that 10th and 11th place, respectively. So some very exciting performances coming through from our teams. Yes, they continue to climb the leaderboards, but we've now also seen ONYX, Ravens, and NASR getting moved down 3 slots each, right? So NASR all the way down to 13th, and then of course ONYX, Ravens down to 12th. Yeah, it's a little bit tough. It's a little bit tough, but of course moving into Sanhok, right? They'll have a bit of an opportunity to try and mend those points, trying to get a little bit more aggressive. But it's going to be a tough one, because from what we've seen come through for NASR, they've only been able to secure themselves 56 total points, 35 eliminations coming off of the map of Sanhok. So I'm not quite sure whether or not they'll be able to have a glorious run. But of course, there's always room for these upsets to come through, as teams will have the chance to do exactly that. Again, stats are stats, only for that point, right? To give us an indication of what teams have done in the past. We've got no idea of what they're going to do moving into these coming matches. I mean, who would have thought that Quest was going to be the team to clutch it out with only a 2-piece, right? So surprising. But of course, with this then being match number 4, it means we have 2 more games to go. So we are going to be still stepping into a little bit of Sanhok before heading over into our final Erangel of the day. So if you've got any particular predictions as to what the outcome of Sanhok is going to be, be sure to let me know. What I can tell you is who our top performers are. So, and of course, who are the teams that are yet in need of a few of those winner chicken dinners. I mean, Falcons for one, they could definitely do with the chicken. That would be their first chicken in this season, over on the lovely Sanhok map. I mean, they've also been bringing quite a bit of aggressive performance when it comes to Sanhok, right? 55 eliminations in total. Placement points sometimes working in their favor, other times not so much. But I mean, it's close. All right, yeah, sure. GEEKAY sitting on 89. That is quite the score, but you know, there's still a lot of room for teams to try and close all these gaps up and see if they can contest and maybe find themselves sitting up in that pole position, right? NASR for Sanhok, they have been laying low. All right, I mean, I'd be very pleased to see that kind of performance come through from NASR. Yeah, their performance this season so far on Sanhok doesn't make me all too hopeful about it. But you know what? As I said, I'm open to surprises. So let's take it. Let's see where that one is going to go. I mean, even looking at NASR's performance in the previous season, there they got themselves a grand total of 67. They weren't able to secure a single winner chicken dinner when it came to this map as well. And of course, 47 eliminations. Now, if we compare the 47 versus what we have for this current season, I mean, there are a few similarities, right? 47 versus 35. So it's close. It's close. There's only about like a 12 point difference coming in between that. So NASR at least playing very consistently with regards to Sanhok, you know, in these past 2 seasons. So let's see, maybe they've learned enough and they've been holding back on enough strategies now to step into this coming Sanhok, the last one of today, to show us that upset, to show us what amazing skill and ability they have when moving into the luscious jungle. Of course, you got any other prediction for any other teams potentially to step it up? Now would be the time to let me know, as we are going to be prepping ourselves to hop in. It does seem like the plane is essentially ready to go, right? They are just busy warming up those engines, ensuring that all the seatbelts are loose so all the players can just, you know, get themselves right down onto the map without any problems. So it's going to be go time. So if you want to give your predictions as to where that zone is going to be going, now would be the time to let me know, as we are stepping right on in. NASR for Sanhok, indeed. Let's see if that is going to be the thing. Right, so flight path, as we've established, doesn't matter all too much. Right, so teams have quite a bit of ease accessing a lot of the positions on this map. So we're gonna come down to what that zone is gonna be doing. So let's find out exactly what we'll have to work with. Alright, so it's going to be a northern zone and a bit of hot drop action indeed there. So as we can see, Triple getting into a little bit of action there with Team Falcons. But it does seem like Team Falcons are keeping a cool head here. It's essentially now down to result, not the kind of outcome Triple was looking for here. Yeah. Let's see that one again. Yeah. Oh, I thought they were gonna do it for the 3rd try. I mean, that would have been right on the money, right? Triple, you get 3 attempts, but it is what it is. So Triple now losing, well, 3 of their players. Let's take a look at how that happened. Bada. Dinosaur coming in to step on you. Yeah, not a good way to go. Attacker trying to peek out the window, instead finds himself sliding out of that window. So you can just see Attacker so focused on getting that angle aligned. Meanwhile, Ali does manage to make it in. Ooh, Ali, you gotta be in for a surprise. Oh! Okay. I mean, you can surprise Ali all you want, but as long as Ali has got a shotgun in their hand, all the best, because, I mean, they'll still be able to stop you. So, well played to them. You can see Slime Machine now, you know, not too happy with how that kind of went down, punching the air as they look to move a little bit further away. Maybe just trying to get themselves down that hill a little bit quicker. think at this stage it might be a little bit too early for any hunting to come through. That might happen like midday 2. I think there's also a bit of a probability for that to come through on day 3, but day 1, yeah, we don't necessarily see that level of shock and awe coming through. We do, however, see result now, looking to find a little bit of repayment onto the side of Falcons as they have taken down Pablo. Let's see if they're going to be able to find Never Alone. And that would make for a beautiful comeback story. Oh, no. I mean, result tried, right? So you got to give that to Triple Esports. They tried to avenge their teammates, but, well, they're never alone. The animation just taking a little bit too long. Alright, so Evo Station all the way up at the top of the hill. You can hear a lot of hits going off in the surrounding area. But Twisted now just with 1 elimination up. Sly Machine, though, not going to be feeling all too happy about the whole fact that they are only now on 3 players. Meanwhile, Brute Force, they've got the entirety of Cow and Tatmok to play through. But of course, R8 moving in on that southern edge. Quest moving in on the western edge. So Brute Force now going to be looking to maybe play a bit of an ambush here. Seeing that they are quite well positioned within that zone. RTG in the meanwhile, all the way on the far eastern side, as you can see up here in Mong Nai. No one there to stop them from doing whatever they please. If they want to race with the supercar out in the open, they can do so without necessarily facing any consequences. Well, unless of course they push their luck a little bit too far to the west, right? Then they're going to be running into a few problems. Alright, so NASR is still all the way out in the blue, up in ruins. Very surprised to see them so far away from that zone. But fortunately for NASR, there's not going to be any opposition rotating in. Right, the entirety of Trifecta is open. Bootcamp is open. The northwestern island, at least the southern side of it, is also open. So they have free reign to those 2 bridges, as we can see right there. I mean, ARB and Twisted, yeah, not so much of a free reign. Osama is going to get contested. Smoker could get found by Quest. And, well, there goes Osama. And that is now ARB in a world of trouble as they are down to Smoker. And I don't see Smoker being in a position to really bring in any reinforcements. Yeah. So that is ARB down to 1. As there's been a very swift approach coming through from Twisted Minds. ONYX Ravens, though, all the way on that far southern edge of zone. Falcons and Gangsters now going to be rotating up through the blue. Just on the edge of Quarry. Again, the teams seem to be very hesitant with their rotations. As a new remember, in the finals, we've got 6 matches every day, right? Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. Oh, Twisted now just cleaning up a little bit of the coastline here. In the meanwhile, R8 and GEEKAY Yes, sir. Here we go. Ragnar now getting isolated. That is one of the approaches you could take to try and take down the side of GEEKAY. Let's see if it's going to play out now for R8. Ooh. Ooh, nice shot to the face. Ragnar definitely not one to be messed with, but it is going to be a beautiful play then coming through there from the edge of Santa. Yeah, NIGMA's approach in general when it comes to this map is to just, you know, come in with a bit of a late rotation and then try and clean up what is left of the zone a little bit later on. So that's where they are playing a little bit more of an edge positioning this time around. Oh, GEEKAY though. Just finding quite a bit of a gap in the defenses here, or the aggression going through here from R8. They've been able to capitalize, just locking in those angles. Look at the cheeky spray though from Gaith. So I think it's safe to say that this could be the end of R8. At least in this match. I'm not gonna give it up though. But IKURD moving in from behind could definitely help them into that lobby. Ooh, there we have it. Santa locks it in. IKURD now gonna be looking to play a bit of an opportunity here. Looking to capitalize. But unfortunately for them, GEEKAY not all that wounded. But it is essentially the full force here of IKURD, so they could very much stand a chance. And looking to contest the rush here. So IKURD now just trying to play this one as concise as they can. Again, trying to be as careful all at the same time. They do have a slight numbers advantage. But GEEKAY, no strangers when it comes to aggression and pressure on the map of Sanhok itself. Alright, so it is a bit of a standoff, right? Neither team looking to have any vulnerabilities being found out just yet. But looking at Gaith though, this could be quite the setup now coming through. So the Gangsters also going to be looking to make a bit of a play as they approach from that southeastern side. And again, NIGMA up on the roofs, playing a very quiet game, slowly just encroaching. Yes, indeed, we do have 6 matches for today. So we are almost there. 18 games in total. That is the amount of games that these teams are going to be playing for the finals. The toughest 18 games that they've played to this point. A little bit of fish and chips coming through there as well. Brute Force keeping it nice and quiet up north. They have a bit of an angle onto Twisted. If they lock in these angles. But again, not the easiest one though, as Alhaji will experience firsthand. Usually, when you can see the opponent, they can see you too. So most of the time, that is exactly how things play out. But let's see how Twisted Minds are going to be looking to get themselves back in towards the zone. As the blue is not going to be kind. It's not going to be relenting whatsoever. But this could definitely be that opportunity for Quest to lock in quite a bit of a gatekeep. Seeing that Crypto is already down. Blue not getting the better of them. Up comes Gangsters and NIGMA also now on the edge of zone. But again, now NIGMA going to be looking to pressurize the side here of the Gangsters. They've got essentially Jafar now trying to see how they're going to get themselves out of this situation. I mean, Kevin is about to fall. There we go. Goodbye, Kevin. There could be a bit of an opportunity. Ooh. Almost getting it, but then the dang rocket's in the way. I think it's safe to say that Jafar is going to be ending their run. Yep, there we go. Blue Zone gets the best of the lovely Gangsters. Now, NIGMA, they have got free reign down to that southeastern side. But only for a minute and a half, because they need to get their butts back in towards the zone. Twisted also going to be losing Dammy, as they have been reduced down to Evo Station. Now it's going to be IKURD looking to breach as they come rushing in onto GEEKAY. Oh, Azzy, beautiful hit. And that is it. Down they go. IKURD cleaning the floor with a little bit of that GEEKAY mop. Now, IKURD feeling like $100 are going to be looking to see if they can continue that reign. Maybe trying to make a play onto the side of Brute Force. Meanwhile, it's going to be Falcons now dipping themselves into the zone. Twisted will be falling on down. Vision encroaching on center zone. But again, not looking to relinquish that hill. Looking to hold it as nice and steady as they possibly can. But Brute Force starting to make a few plays here as they look to get themselves very widely spread out. The pocket, in the meanwhile, will go down. Krups also getting found. The pocket with a little bit of a self-nade. Not exactly the kind of defense that you need to bring in when you're holding on a hill with so many teams surrounding you. Brute Force looking to replicate their efforts all the way back on the first Sanhok of the day. But it doesn't seem like things are exactly playing in their favor, as they've now been brought down to 2 essentially, right? Pre-part Neos. I don't see Mind getting rezzed up anytime soon. This is the opportunity now for the surviving teams to bring in all the contention they can. Damar gonna be chilling out there in the drink. I mean, they've just been able to secure their butts just on the very edge of that zone. So big brain strat coming through there from Damar. Zone taking a slight move down towards that more southern edge. It's gonna play into the hand of Vision. That, of course, is all dependent on whether or not they can actually capitalize on their current positioning. The shots that we hear in the background, of course, that is coming through from the side of NIGMA. Trying to apply as much pressure as they can onto NASR. As you can see, J7 already getting brought to their knees. Quest also with a slow approach. Slow push. They have found Damar. Oh, but look at that, though. Vision, they do find Neos. Falcons out in 10th place with only 4 elims. So a lot of trading back and forth as the teams are not only fighting for that position, but also fighting for possession of the zone. Vision at least trying to get this northeastern side under lockdown. Still have to contest against IKURD, Quest, and Brute Force. Or at least what is left of those teams. Quest down to 1 essentially, unless they can get those reses flowing. It is going to put quite a bit of pressure on their shoulders. IKURD now. Oh, going to be looking to pick up a bit of momentum. Already 9 eliminations to their name. Team leading with aggression this round. NIGMA also just locking it in onto NASR. As you can see, J7 down. It's now up to Spec and Sanhok. But a good duo left to carry the name of NASR forward. But are they going to be able to reach the edge of that zone? Oh, good trade. Lord again, now coming through with that MG3. Oh, look at the hits though! RTG now gonna be looking to play upset as they come rushing in behind NIGMA. Galaxy Vision getting set out in 9th as they will fall. Oh, there we go. Spec all the way from out in the blue reaches in and stops NIGMA from making it past that 8th place. Now it's going to be IKURD looking to pressure in onto Quest. Meanwhile, it's RTG pressuring on towards NASR as you say goodbye to yet another squad. RTG moving in. Good access to that hill. Oh, ONYX Ravens and Slime Machine also now going to contest on that southern edge. But the blue zone is not going to be kind. It's going to be forcing their hands. Leif now finding quick work there. Fache. Oh, 13. Locks it in and down they go. Down to the final 4 we are. RTG presented with a beautiful opportunity here. IKURD now starting to disperse themselves in that zone. They only have pre-pod to worry about, at least on that northern edge. Slime Machine going to have a rather difficult rotation moving in. You see we've got Ali on that front line. RTG could very easily spot them as well. But good stats being held here by IKURD. 14 eliminations. This is their match to win. Oh, down goes 13. Knocker shifts Steez. He's going to be able to make it out. Oh, but a good trade on towards Rio. Yep. Groza. They'll slam the door in their face. And off they go. Now down to the final 3. Prepod has taken a much more reserved approach, right? They're trying to just survive their way up to the end. But the blue zone is going to be doing its thing here. Yep, that's it. End of the road for Brute Force. A very unfortunate play though. Getting absolutely devoured by the blue zone. And speaking of the blue zone, it's actually been doing quite a bit of work here today. Up until this point, the blue zone has claimed 6 players. Ooh. Excluding this match. Let's see whether or not the blue zone is going to find any more additional eliminations. It's now going to be IKURD rushing in, and that's it! They find themselves the winner chicken dinner. What a play though. IKURD getting their glorious winner chicken dinner. I believe this was also IKURD's first chicken this season on the map of Sanhok itself. So what a way to finish it up. Moving all the way into the finals to secure their first victory when it came to this lovely map. But of course, some crazy things happening all over the place. As already mentioned, Big Bad Blue Zone also going to be claiming a few casualties. In this match, actually, it claimed 3 players. Right, so that puts the KD of the Blue Zone now on 9 eliminations so far. Right, half of that of when IKURD were able to get in just this match. So IKURD working away with 18 eliminations. Our second fattest chicken of the day. Habib now just beaming with joy as the team that they've been supporting for this entire event so far steps up to the plate and has a phenomenal performance. So good play then. You know, mad respect going out to the side of IKURD. I mean, we miss a little bit of IKURD from the previous season, right? Seeing such a dominating performance coming through from them. But of course, well, they held back on us, leaving it all the way to the finals, all the way to match number 5 before surprising us with a beautiful, glorious finish. Of course, so excited for them. And that also does quite a few things for them with regards to their total points. Also, we're going to be looking at those leaderboards very, very soon to see exactly how everything has changed up. But what I can see for IKURD, that winner chicken dinner really did quite a few things for them. We'll be getting into that very, very soon. First up, we are going to have to take a look at our match rankings to see exactly how many points our teams were able to secure in total coming through this one. We know that we saw 18 eliminations coming in for IKURD. Of course, that pushes them all the way up onto 28 points. Only 2 shy of dropping a 30 bomb. And then, of course, we got RTG, Quest, and NIGMA all finishing on 5 eliminations. But a different share of those placement points does award them a few different points as well. But we need to take a look at that second page to see what the situation is. Ooh, R8, ARB, and Triple, unfortunately, going to be sent back empty-handed. No points for them this time around. But it is what it is at the end of the day, right? Especially with such an aggressive performance coming through from the side of IKURD. It's no surprise to see R8, ARB, and Triple not finding any points. But a good play, though. I mean, IKURD just looking so confident, making their way through. Quick strafing on towards safe there, as we saw as well. Oh, such good work being done here. I mean, it was also quite sweaty over on towards that southern side of the zone. But yeah, I mean, you can't fault much of what they've did right here. Such a strong performance. And that is more of the kind of IKURD performances that we want to see moving through our remaining 2 days. A very happy day in the IKURD camp. RTG also with a very menacing position up on that hillside. I mean, they got some pretty good results from that as well, right? 5 eliminations coming through, but unfortunately, IKURD just had the upper hand. Golden going to be punching the ticket there with 10-19 when it comes to the amount of damage they were able to deal. Aram going to be our top dodger, right? 197 damage received. So really good at evading a lot of the chaos that came in their direction. Of course, Ali also with the carry there with the most eliminations and also then the most assists. So putting them on some pretty strong stats. But unfortunately, as we saw, Aram didn't get any assists and only that one elimination. But a very, very good play though from IKURD. That is exactly what we want to see more and more of. So yeah, with Golden and Azzy securing 5 eliminations apiece, that'll really put them in those double digits. And then, of course, we just had that performance coming through from the rest to just add to the tally. So very exciting for IKURD, but we want to see more, right? We want to see exactly where IKURD are going to be looking to push that opportunity towards. Will they be able to get themselves a little bit higher situated with regards to their positioning on the leaderboard, right? So far, things are looking pretty hopeful for them. But, of course, as we know, there's still a long way to go. We've now only played 5 of our matches. We still have 13 more to go to see exactly where these teams are going to be finding themselves. So this also then puts us on match number 83 that we've been playing for this league so far. So quite a number that these teams are working their way through. But of course, speaking about numbers, let's take a look at the leaderboard. It is going to be NIGMA Galaxy still holding on to pole position, Brute Force and Quest, and GEEKAY still in exactly the same slots, right? So 1, 2, 3, and 4, no change. IKURD, though, jumping up 5 slots all the way up into that 5th position. As a result, all the teams below them all had to move on down. So very, very strong play there for them indeed. Of course, sitting with a very comfortable 30 eliminations. And of course, a lovely 86 total points so far. So let's take a look on the second page. RTG, the only team here that made any moves. They've now moved themselves up into 10th place. Trading places essentially then with Twisted. But Twisted they were up in 9th. So a little bit of a downfall there for the side of Twisted Minds, but you know, it is what it is. So at this point, if teams move down a slot, right, based on what we saw for the prize pool coming through for this event, that's essentially like a $250 drop, right, in their share of the prize pool as well. But a play like IKURD now jumping up 5 slots, that was essentially like a $1,250 play. That's what it was. That one play, if we ended the league right now, that awarded them an additional $1,250. Just that jump that they brought in. So very exciting stuff going through. But of course, the excitement is not done just yet. We've got one more map to go, right? We are going to be heading into a little bit of that Erangel to close us off for the day, for the first day of the finals. So you've got 18 predictions. Any thoughts that you want to share regarding Erangel and who could be clutching it out? I think that would be a very good time to share your thoughts and tell me what you think the outcome of this match is going to be. Of course, if you remember back onto our match number 3, right? Our first Erangel, NIGMA stepped up with 21 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner. We had Brute Force coming through on 8. We had R8 also then on 8. And yeah, I mean, who else do you think is going to be stepping it up? Brute Force, FALCONS, NIGMA, those were the top 3. So do you think we're going to have a few other contenders looking to contest that play? I mean, IKURD, they technically finished 3rd place in the match, but with regards to points, they finished in 4th place, right? Because they had, well, 8 eliminations and 8 total points rather, and 3 eliminations. So yeah, I mean, IKURD, they could also be the team to look to step it up here. Maybe going for a bit of a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. Maybe that could be the flavor of the day, right? We have a back-to-back winner chicken dinner at the beginning of the day, a back-to-back winner chicken dinner coming at the end of the day. Who knows? Do you agree? Do you think it's going to be another team? Curious to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the chat. In the meanwhile, we are about 2 minutes away from jumping into that. Now, to give us a bit of an idea, looking back at the previous season to get an assessment of what we could be expecting to see, of course, as we know, already so much has changed up from the previous season into this one. But last season, exactly at this match number 6, the one that's about to find its way on in, IKURD stepped up and claimed the winner chicken dinner. They did so with 6 eliminations. GANGSTERS came second with 9 eliminations. So it's hopeful. I mean, there's an opportunity for IKURD to potentially step it up and claim themselves that winner chicken dinner. That's at least on a statistical basis, right? Looking at our top performance that we have across the board, on Erangel coming through from league stage. NIGMA Galaxy definitely going to be leading the charge today with a 20% success rate on Erangel. Quest then coming in hot on their heels with 13%, so that means they got 4 winner chicken dinners out of the 24 Erangels they played. But Quest sitting on 113 eliminations, where NIGMA Galaxy are sitting on 147. So a little bit of a difference. 34 elimination difference between them. But as I mentioned before, so NASR, they were our 2nd most aggressive team when it came to this map, right? Coming through with 118 eliminations. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find themselves a winner chicken dinner back in league. Maybe that could all change. Do you think it is going to be potentially NIGMA to claim that chicken? Do you think it's going to be IKURD? Do you think maybe even NASR could be the one to step it up and surprise us with a bit of a chicken? Of course, let me know what your thoughts are. In the meanwhile, we are going to get ready to jump right into the action. So you've got predictions with regards to zone, with regards to flight path. If you want to share them, let me know in the chat, as we are going to be hopping in to see exactly what that's going to be bringing in. Me personally, I think looking at a center zone, especially moving into this first game, or this last game rather, of the day, I think that could be a good one to see the teams just, have relatively decent access. But of course, as we know, RNG, it's quite random. That's why it's called the random number generator. So it could essentially still go either which way. With regards to zone, I want to see something towards the west, right? Zone just maybe leaning towards that more Gatka Hospital, somewhere there, or maybe even down into Quarry and Primorsk. Of course, there's only going to be one way for us to find out exactly what that zone is going to be bringing in, as we are going to be hopping right on through to see exactly where that plane is going to be delivering us. So let's go find out. Alright, so Wasik saying that it is going to be a Twisted Minds chicken. Right, so that is the prediction that we have coming through, our first prediction for this match. So if you agree, let me know. If you disagree, give me the team that you predict to take the victory here. A brute force winner chicken dinner. Alright, alright. So we got 2 predictions out of the 104 people watching. I'm pretty sure we can get a few more predictions to come on in. If you've not yet dropped your predictions in the chat, let us know. I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are. Let's see who gets the most predictions for that winner chicken dinner. 4th time is the charm with GEEKAY. That is what Nair is saying, all the way from up there. Nair up in the air from far, far away. Alright, so the zone is going to be taking us over to the west. I mean, I guess this is close enough to where I was asking for. Right, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Slightly more north, but, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Right, so it's not going to allow any plays up into Primorsk, but Everest is going to be smack dab center zone. Speaking about zone, here we go. The freak of NIGMA being let loose as they jump in and they claim their first victim. Oh, a George Crates. Is that where we want to see the end zone pulling in towards? I would assume. We also have a little bit of action potentially brewing over on towards the Nova Crate with ARB and Twisted Minds. So we'll see how that one goes. Ooh, a Kameshki zone. Yeah, unfortunately, Cindy, it's not going to be Kameshki, seeing that the zone went west, not east. So, yeah. That was not going to be on the cards, but it's going to be on the cards though. It's Twisted and ARB getting right down to business. As Osama finds that opening trade on towards Dami. Oh, we got a plot twist. I'll read the plot twist now. Just want to see what Evo Station is going to do here with that nade. Oh, this could be the rush, though. This could be the rush. Come on, get it. Get it. Get it. Osama flying up in the air. Nice. Gotta like it, though. Ooh, good position here by Doc. But it's gonna work out. Will their reactions be quick enough to actually follow that trade all the way up the staircase? You can hear Smoker all the way off in the distance, just tapping away with that. Seems like a bolty. Ooh, up comes Ricard, flying down the window. Doc also getting ready for a bit of a breach. Oh, yeah, Crypto, you gotta watch out. You gotta watch out for them windows. Oh, shotties. Yeah, Ricard, you need to reload, right? You can't go causing havoc with an empty mag. AZ trying to time the shot, but unfortunately they get taken down. It's now up to Evo Station. Oh, you gotta watch out for the shotties. The UMP can beat it out though. There we go. Now it is down to Smoker, the final hopeful, left for the side of ARB. So Evo Station now has a lot of work to do. It's gonna be Smoker just rushing on in as well. That nade. Oof. It does overshoot, so AZ could maybe still make it out of this one in one piece. Dami super low on that health bar. Evo Station also just trying to get themselves patched, but up comes Smoker. Ooh! Evo Station! With a big on squad wipe coming through, taking down the entirety of ARB. Wow! Twisted Minds. That's also a bit of a plot twist. Alright, let me get back to the plot twist. NASR will... What's jam? I don't know. I'm not quite sure what jam means. You're trying to say choke. that what you're going for, poor guy? We don't know. We'll find out on match 6, day 3, whether or not that is going to hold true. Remind me again, because I'm gonna forget. Yeah, Evo Station clutched the living heck out of that play. Cindy saying that Brute Force are going to take their third winner chicken dinner in this match. Well, I'm open to it. I'm open to any team taking a prediction, or taking a winner chicken dinner rather, let me say that. Brute Force, they have that nice bit of tranquility up into Severny. So no one is going to be venturing up there just yet. Right, it would be a little bit odd for any team now to head up in that direction, to be honest. And meanwhile, Fashe having a little bit of a rewind. Alright, then Yu comes in and says, NIGMA Galaxy for the win. Alright. So drop your predictions. Continue to drop them in. Whenever you feel that you can make an accurate prediction, let me know. Curious to hear what your thoughts are. I welcome predictions, right? If you want to be a little bit more specific, you can also do that. You know, just for giggles. So you want to say exactly how many eliminations one particular player is going to get, or one particular team is going to get? Be my guest. Right? If you want to go for the amount of damage they're going to be finding, you can be that bold as well. We did see a good attempt of that happening in the first match. I'm not quite sure how many of those predictions actually came true. But I think it was a bit of fun. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Vision. Not looking for fun. They are instead looking for a position. As they are on a mission. Yes, Cindy, I think you might be a little bit behind. Maybe when you hear this, fast forward your stream. Evo Station will have 873 damage dealt this match. I have no way of verifying that, but I mean, I guess we could probably just look at what we see when they show the player. But Palos, we'll see whether or not that is going to hold true. In the meanwhile, we'll look on to GEEKAY as they now come rushing up into Ruins. Maybe looking to play a bit of upset here. They got Slime Machine also moving up alongside them. NASR already positioned in this region. So Everest is going to be receiving quite a bit of love this time around. IKURD, Triple, and Twisted going to be out there sipping on some blue juice. And meanwhile, R8 now look to open up a bit of that action can onto the side of Slime Machine. I mean, Bolos, like I said, right? I mean, if you want to give a specific prediction, drop it in. The only way that we'll be able to verify that is, of course, if they show the player closer to the end. I mean, if you're 100% on point, I'd be quite impressed. Ooh, as impressed as I am with that drive-by coming through from Pablo. Make it look so effortless onto Prepod. So that does change things up a little bit for the rest of Brute Force here, as Pablo is going to come just drifting up that hill. Mind might be in a bit of trouble right now. Ooh, not yet. Not yet. Icons never alone. You got to watch out for those trades. Hide it out. Oh, Ado with the upset. Brute Force. The glorious 4 eliminations up. Down goes the entirety of the Falcons. So another team getting a full wipe. So mad respect going out to the Broody Fruities and Twisted Minds, as both teams have opted for aggression and squad wipes. As you can see, Falcons and ARB being the victims there. But that is bound to happen at some point. Yes, Starch. Honk that horn, trying to see if someone's going to respond. Well, there's your response. Not quite the same kind of response, but the response nonetheless. Alright, so a lot of rotation coming through now. Everyone is just trying to get themselves situated. Triple, they're just gonna be, you know, big chillin'. Or twisted rather. Big chillin' all the way out. In that far edge of zone. Still way, way down south. So they're gonna be having quite the rotation that is yet to come on through. You can see them now just approaching that bridge. I can tell you, Evo Station is currently sitting on 1146 damage. Right, that's it, 1146. I'm not sure if that is just for the match or for the day in total, but that is what I can see. So Twisted now coming through with those rotations. They gotta watch out for the blue, because obviously the blue is gonna be eating quite a bit at those health bars. Oh, hey, Do coming in with a bit of a happity hap. Looking to play the upset onto the ONYX Ravens. There you go. Neos finds the hit onto Saleh. And that is now up to R and Lath. We see already getting themselves situated up onto Everest. Brute Force, ONYX Ravens, R8, Quest, and NIGMA. A very wide cast net coming through with the predictions here. If you think it's going to be one of those teams, let me know. ONYX Ravens, in the meanwhile, going to try and make the most with only 2 players. Ooh. Arr, in a little bit of trouble. Yeah. So much trouble that they instead opt for the lobby. The ONYX Ravens are going to be the team in 14th place rather, to end their run here for the day. So ONYX Ravens, they've performed well today. You know, they've been able to try and bank on a few points across the way. Coming in on a total of 7. That, of course, being aside from their total points, including the bonus points. Oh, now Ado feeling a little bit of that heat, a little bit of that pressure, a little bit of that spray. As free part also gets dropped to their knees. Gangsters now going to be looking to contest, looking to play the upset. It's now solely reliant on Mind and Neos. MNN. Oh, there we go. Nice nade onto everybody. Oh, is there going to be enough though? No, down they go. It's now up to Mind. Mind out in the blue, tanking on some damage. Full force coming through here for the Gangsters. Brute Force could meet their end. I don't think they're going to make it beyond this point, though. Nice nade onto Kevin. Oh, yeah, Jafar. Jafar just absolutely devastating with either DBS or any weapon that can fire at long range. Right, that is Jafar. Now, in the meanwhile, it's going to be GEEKAY and NASR getting on right down to business, but R8 going to be playing upset as they reach in from Everest. Ooh, J7 with a quick capitalization there. So it's now GEEKAY, R8, and NASR. The potential swing around coming through from Quest as well. Well, let's see who's going to be clutching this one out. J7 and Starch. Alicia on the front line is going to be Xenox now looking to just expand their reach. Meanwhile, up on Everest, IKURD, R8 still having to settle the differences, but they're going to have 2 minutes to do that. Sky saying unnecessary aggression by Brute Force. Yeah, I mean, it could have been. It could have been. I mean, sure, they did find themselves 6 eliminations, but was it worth the play there at the end, trying to secure even more? And meanwhile, we'll see what our remaining teams are going to be bringing on through as the final 12. Now looks to get this whole zone settled. IKURD are going to be slowly disengaging from Everest. Trying to set up a bit of a gatekeep onto R8. Ooh. I mean, this could be a golden opportunity now for IKURD to really look to capitalize. Locking in quite a bit of aggression. And meanwhile, it's Vision rushing up on NASR. Oh, who's going to be taking names? Who's going to be taking numbers? And who's going to be taking a seat in the lobby? NASR now getting met with quite a bit of a spray here, but a quick response onto Vision does drop Volt. Now it's up to Discrim, Tapok, and Saif to see if they can maybe contest with this pure aggression from all over the place. NASR now down to a potential 2-piece, at least on this initial front line. Well, in fact, in total, because that is what they've got. Xenox and Starch. But you gotta watch out for those third-party plays coming through from NIGMA. Yeah, as Discrim experienced it now firsthand, the Bison doing the work. Very impressive to see a UMP being used over that distance. Or SMG, rather. Santa now kicking up the nade. This could be the end of Vision. Ooh, Tapok could be in so much trouble right now. All it needs is one nade from Santa. And that could be Santa letting all the goodies out of the bag. Now it's going to be Coops pressured out in the blue, and down they go. And that is exactly what happened to Vision. The nades found their way on in, sealing their fate. Claiming the last few nails into the coffin. Meanwhile, IKURD down to Golden. Holding on towards this northern edge. Looking to contest against R8. Trying to go down with quite a bit of a fight here. Ooh, almost a great opportunity. But again, the angle's not working out in their favor. Instead, they are going to be opting to blow that vehicle up. But based on the fact that R8 are not even flinching, I think that vehicle has already gone boom. Oof. Yeah, very costly push coming through here from IKURD. That explains why Golden looks to be so angry. Well, there it does seem like they are going to be looking up to change the flow. Right, meanwhile, we can see Twisted also feeling a lot of that heat now. Sending down upon them, Ragnarok out in the open. Golden still trying to make the most, but, ooh, Ida, yeah, seals their fate, and that's it. IKURD will get dropped all the way in 11th. Unfortunately, not a single point to their name. We're down to our top 10 teams to fight for that winner chicken dinner. R8 Quest getting ready for a bit of a standoff. RTG and Triple closer towards that more center zone. They are going to be fighting for possession of Gatka. Twisted out in the open, getting absolutely demolished as they move through. Down goes Triple, now reduced to dust. Gonna be Nigma pushing in on Slime Machine. Quest trying to dance around the block. Let's see if they can maybe just survive a little while longer. Meanwhile, Slime Machine down in the bowl. I mean, this could be a very surprising position to play off of. But looking at Nigma, they could use this to their advantage and just pressure the heck out of Sly. About pressure, that is exactly what NASR is now going to be looking to extend onto GEEKAY. Oh, ho, ho. There we go. Starch coming in, and that is a clean sweep in onto GEEKAY without losing a single player in that rush. Very, very confident, NASR. 7 eliminations, the highest we have so far for this match. Now it's going to be Quest having to defend as they will get rushed upon. R8 knocking on the door, trying to break down the barriers. Raiding, fighting themselves, Al-Hajj. Now it's down to Fahidan and Kante to see if they can survive the onslaught coming through. Well, so far the answer is no, as Fahidan also then falls. Let's get on. Just waiting for that nade to create the opening, and this is going to be that push opportunity. Down they go, R8! Now up to 7 eliminations. Joining NASR on a very comfortable 7. Sly playing on the doorsteps of quite a bit of danger there. Oh, the gangsters now swooping in on R8. They do find themselves a little bit of Ragnarok. Let's see whether or not they can pick it up and follow through all the way to the very, very end. Let's get on getting spotted out. Oh, you gotta watch out for them DBSs. But let's get on though. Quick reactions. Does manage to get them downstairs, but also gets them right into the lobby. Now this is the opportunity for the gangsters to just bulldoze their way on through, finding the remainder of R8. Meanwhile, NIGMA Galaxy still in it. But are they in it to win it? We don't know just yet. They've got Lord and Freak left. They've got only 2 eliminations up. I know. Waiting for the inevitable. Oh, yeah. And down they go. Gangsters now also hitting the 7 eliminations. R8 though getting sent out. All the way in 7th place. NIGMA out in the open field. Not an easy position to play through. Especially seeing that they are still trying to get themselves secured into the zone. But this is a great opportunity now for Slime Machine to try and leverage the numbers they've got. And then, of course, the third-party plays come through. Steezy's like, nope, it's fine, it's okay. I'ma just dip out of this and then, you know, go somewhere else. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Twisted feeling the heat as Jafar comes through. Oh, that nade could be a disaster. It isn't. Alright, so Crypto reading that one well. Oh, but there we go, the follow-through is there. And that is the end of Twisted. Out they go in 6th place. Slime Machine also now starting to crumble as NIGMA get the upper hand. Unfortunately, getting none of the eliminations, so all the work essentially being done by RTG. RTG now sitting up on 8 eliminations. Now RTG getting dealt a little bit of their own medicine. It's going to be the gangsters on the opposite end of that zone. So gangsters sitting on 9 elims. RTG on 8. NASR on 7. And NIGMA, as we saw, only still holding on to 2. But there we go. Freak has been spotted. And now it's up to Lord. Ooh, Rio plays the upset. And that is NIGMA Galaxy down. So we got 10, 9, and 8 eliminations, right? Gangsters, RTG, NASR. That is what they're left with. So Gangsters, the first team up on double digits. RTG just 1 away. I think the Gangsters, they probably had themselves a few gummy bears. Ooh. Yeah, because that looks like gummy bear action coming through from the Gangsters. Now RTG going to be looking to play upset. They found a bit of Jafar. But are they going to be close enough to lock in that elimination? NASR is going to be waiting quite steadily in the wing. But up comes the push. APK Reno is looking to bring in those reinforcements. The Gangsters go in for a bit of a 2-2 split. Could be a very, very good angle to be holding here for them, especially looking that they have this ridge line to try and play off of. Ooh, but instead they're going to be tipping a little bit further on down. Up they come, the push is there. It's going to be RTG trying to make a little bit of noise coming through from that eastern side. As Groza looks to regain a little bit of ground. What's up, Red Eyes? Up comes Starch. Xenox. Full representation there for the side of NASR. So it's a 4v3v2. Based on numbers, Gangsters could have this one in the bag. Based on eliminations, Gangsters could have this one in the bag. But will they be able to keep it in the bag? That is going to be the big question. So RTG just condensing their position over towards that southeastern side. The nice little lovely triangle of doom that we've got playing out here. Not often that we see the teams hugging such tight positions. Hey, Martin Prince coming through. Good luck to all the teams. Yes, because that's what they need. Exactly what they need. Gangsters, RTG, NASR. Sitting with their eliminations and their player count in descending order. Starting at the Gangsters, heading down to NASR. But it's all going to come down to these last few plays. Right, we are just a few seconds away from the end of Phase 8. Oh! Down goes Starch. Is this but a taste of what is yet to come through from the side of RTG? We don't quite know, but knowing Xenox, they are not going to let this one slide for free. Going to be looking to avenge their teammate. Fortunately, they do have that hardcover presented by this vehicle. Ooh, ooh, the hits, the accuracy though from Groza. Wow. That was just an insane spray and play. Now it's going to be between the Gangsters and RTG to see who will have their road to glory paved in chicken. Gangsters going to be looking for their first chicken here. RTG also looking for their first chicken in the finals. But now it's a standoff. Who's going to be the one to clutch it out? Yep, this is indeed the Pro League, as you can see it now being displayed on the ban. If the ban says it, you know it's official. It's legit. Yeah, NIGMA currently leading by 11 points as of right now, based on the top of the screen. And let's see who's going to be the one to get this chicken, right? Both teams going to be looking for their first one right here. The first one of the day. Seeing that it's day one, it will obviously be the first one on the finals. We do see the MG3 now getting whooped out there. Ooh. But it's not going to work though, as Kevin just runs right over it. Oh, Rio getting traded down as well. RTG down to one, well, down to none as the chicken goes to the Gangsters. Gangsters just absolutely dominating, stepping up with such an aggressive performance. I mean, this is quite the play coming through from the Gangsters, right? Taking into consideration that in League, they were our 14th highest ranked team. Right, with 73 total eliminations coming through on this map. 73 and 40 placements and only one winner chicken dinner in the entirety of League. Now, of course, they look to change up all of that, right? Just showing us that, you know, don't judge a team by their stats in League, because it's all going to change moving into the finals. And that's exactly what we've been seeing through a big majority of today. Right, the team's just like blowing it up. I mean, Brute Force coming in with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner, having an insane performance. I mean, there's so many upsets that we've had already, you know, going through the league, now moving into the finals. I mean, it's upset upon upset. I mean, Brute Force came through with a 16 elimination chicken, right? Then we saw Quest in game number 2 landing 12 eliminations. Then we had 21 eliminations coming in game 3 from NIGMA. Game 4 was 12 coming through from GEEKAY. Game 5, we had 18 from IKURD. And now this last match, I mean, 13 coming through for the Gangsters. So we've at least had one team each match hitting double-digit eliminations. So pretty sweaty day that we've had so far. But yeah, big congratulations going out to the Gangsters. It was pretty OP to see them perform like that. Of course, RTG also doing quite a bit of work with regards to their own eliminations. But I think Gangsters, they stole the show, right? They just look so confident moving in with just their sheer numbers into those last few zones. It's tough to beat. It is especially tough to beat. You know, particularly at this level and this tier of gameplay. But well done to all the teams so far today that have just been lighting up everything. Of course, speaking about everything and lighting things up, let's take a look at the match rankings. It's going to be 23 points shipped over to the Gangsters there. Lovely 13 elimination finish. Man, RTG coming through with 11 to land themselves a total of 17 for this match. 8 eliminations going to be going to the side there of NASR. We got 7 to RTG and 6 going out to the Broody Fruities. Twisted Minds then coming through with their 4 eliminations. We'll see a few more elims all the way over on towards that second page. I mean, what a sweaty day that has been so far. I mean, Brute Force, I'm not quite sure if we're going to be looking to see their points here. But, I mean, with 6 eliminations up, that does add them on to 43 eliminations for the day. Just one shy of what NIGMA has brought in. NIGMA sitting on 44 eliminations. But Brute Force definitely being our dominating team here with 72 total points for the day. So they've been having a pretty crazy run. But I just gotta say, this day in total has just been such an insane one. I mean, 65 points going to NIGMA Galaxy for second for the day, right? This is not the standings. This is just the points they earned for the day. IKURD and Quest coming in with 51 on either side. Both teams with those winner chicken dinners. RTG on 44, NASR on 38, GEEKAY on 34. So, I mean, some pretty sweaty plays. Gangsters, even now with this one, does add to the grand total of 33 that they've been able to secure for the day. I mean, adding the 13 eliminations to what they've had coming to this point now puts them on 21 for the day. So, I mean, that's pretty insane. So it means that they had 8 eliminations in the previous 5 games. And then they went and added 13 on top to get to 21. Insane. Insane. And you got to respect what these teams are capable of doing, you know. Just like pulling rabbits out of hats or pulling hats out of rabbits at any point. It's impressive. It is very impressive. But of course, we need to see what the overall leaderboard looks like for the current finals. Where exactly these teams find themselves and what exactly that point situation is, right? Because a lot has changed here today. Seeing that we've had, 5 different teams take those winner chicken dinners. Gangsters in a surprising position, though. But we'll get to that once we take a look at the exact leaderboard. Looking dressed like he sells some of that good house insurance. I'm glad you think this is a house insurance shirt, but I'll take it regardless. But yeah, I mean, who would have thought day 1 would be like this, right? So the only team that has been able to play a consistent game in regards to the previous season, right, was Brute Force in game number 2. Last season, they got the chicken dinner with 9 eliminations. This season, exact same match, chicken dinner with 9 eliminations, right? That's the most consistent thing that we've had. Aside from that, it was all up in the air because, you know, the teams just keep on coming through with their surprise plays and their surprise performances. But you gotta love it. That is what PMPL is for. It's Pro League. It's called that for a reason. Because we have the best of the best from the region competing to see who's going to be the ones to lock in those plays, to lock in those slots. Because as we know, MEA Championship slots up for grabs. We got the PMGC slots up for grabs. We got bragging rights. We've got prize money, we've got, you know, pick a thing. It's there. Of course, speaking about things, let's take a look at the leaderboard. It's got to be NIGMA Galaxy, still secured up in pole position. So no change in the top 4, right? Everything is still what it was. R8, though, they've moved up a slot into 5th place. We can see the players there from RTG also coming in with a glorious 3-slot jump up into 7th. So that 3-slot jump is worth $750, right? Right there. That's it. NASR also with a 2-slot jump up into 11th. And then, of course, the Gangsters, surprisingly, only climbing 1 slot. All the way into 13th. I mean, that is quite surprising. But, I mean, hopefully we'll see even more of that come through from the Gangster side. As you can see them sitting on a grand total of 21 eliminations for the day. So that is what it is there. 21, of course. A grand total of 33 points that they've been able to secure for the day, right? That is excluding the bonus points that they came into the season with. So the Gangsters came in with 35. If you add 33 to that, well, it gives you the total that you saw there, 68. Right? I'm so happy the math is done for me. I don't have to do the math myself. But, yeah. Very, very exciting stuff looking what these teams have been bringing in. Now comes the big question, right? Firstly, who's the MVP of the day? Because we need to know these things, right? It's important. For what reason? For all the reasons. Because it's close, right? We see so many contenders step out on that battlefield. I mean, so many potential options for the MVP, right? So if you've got a prediction for MVP, let me know. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at who got all those chickens and how fat those chickens were. The fattest chicken was game number 3. Going into NIGMA Galaxy, 21 eliminations, getting that done with only 2,961 damage dealt. Very, very impressive. The Broody Fruities doubling down on the aggression though, locking in nearly double the amount of aggression they needed to secure themselves 16 eliminations. But as we also then saw, the first one of the day, or the second one there from Brute Force, was only 9 eliminations. But again, it is what it is. So Cindy's saying that it's potentially Lord to be the MVP of the day. I don't know. We'll find out soon. We'll find out very, very soon to see exactly who that is. Pre-pond. That's definitely not what you typed there, but I assume that's what you were trying to say. Saying that it could be pre-pod for the day to take that slot. I think it's going to be a very, very close one. I mean, because pre-pod played a very contentious day. Lord also playing a very, very aggressive day. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly who it could be. I mean, there could be a few contenders, right? We've got Al-Hajj also stepped it up. We had Neos, we had Ida. So many people in the running for that. But, of course, let's see what the exact answer is. The answer is Lord. 3,408 damage. Prepaid. 18 eliminations coming through for Lord, as well as an average of 20 minutes and 35 seconds survival. That is pretty dang impressive. So, yeah, I mean, Lord running a little bit away there from Coops. Coops coming in with only 8 eliminations for the day. Oh, no, 11. Sorry, 11 eliminations, not 8. But Coops only finding 1,700 damage. So, you know, it's unfortunate. But, yeah, it is 100% Lord. As we just saw it being confirmed there. Once it's displayed on screen, it's official. And there's no arguing the fact. There's no arguing the fact. But yeah, Lord with a very, very good day. 18 eliminations, 3,408. I mean, it is so hard. It is so spicy. But that's only day 1. We've got 2 more days to go. 12 more matches. 12 of the exact same matches, right? Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. Copy, paste, rinse, repeat. Right, so we are going to be playing through that map rotation twice tomorrow and twice in the following day as well. So there's going to be a lot of consistency at least being brought to these teams. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to capitalize on that consistency. Because as we've established now, looking at the league performances, it doesn't give us any indication of what we could be expecting to see come through from these teams, right? Because we've had teams step up today that were a little bit dormant, right? A little bit docile coming through from league stage into finals. You know, they just dusted the stuff. They dusted off the dust. Yes, and then just went. You know, gotta love it though. That's what they had. That's when they had 21 eliminations in the match. Yeah. That was all the way back in game number 3, I think it was, right? If I'm not mistaken. So very, very sweaty play that we've seen so far, but a very impressive day indeed. I mean, looking at what we've had for the day so far, like I said already, right? Pretty steep numbers. Brute Force 72. They are the team with the highest placement points, 29 for the day. NIGMA with the most eliminations, 44 for a grand total of 65. Then we got IKURD and Quest tied on 51. The only difference being placement and eliminations. IKURD having 2 more placement points, Quest having 2 more eliminations. So it's a very even push coming through between them. So I'm excited to see exactly who's going to be looking to bring in these upsets, right? Who's going to be looking to crank out those numbers for the day. And of course, we also did see the Blue Zone managing to get at least, what was that, 7 or 8 eliminations for the day as well. So, you know, you got to keep an eye on the Blue Zone as well. Or as I like to call it, Chucky Norris, right? So it's not, was it Nucky Choris? There we go. Yes, that makes more sense. It's not supposed to sound like someone's name. It's the opposite, right? But either which way, very impressive day one. It's all going to boil down to what the teams will be bringing in on that second day. So if you got any predictions now to make before we even get there, let me know, right? Let me know. Now would be the time to share it. In the meanwhile, I'll be keeping an eye on chat, but we're going to be saying goodbye for now. So see you all back again tomorrow, same time, same place, even more insane PUBG Mobile action right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season Finals in the spring of 2023. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later.